Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, budget padding is really not new in Nigeria, but what is new is that this time it is the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning that is on the spot over the issue. Now, reports say the ministry allegedly inserted projects amounting to 423.8 billion naira in the 2023 budget proposal of some ministries, departments and agencies. Now, it's not new because in the past, cases of alleged budget padding were mainly leveled against federal lawmakers. So this time, it's different, and federal lawmakers are not taking it lying low at all. They have raised concerns about the abuse of the budget process following submissions by some government agencies that some amounts were inserted into their estimates without their knowledge, allegedly by the Ministry of Finance. Now, officials of the National Universities Commission, NUC, Ministries of Defense, Power and Humanitarian Affairs during ongoing National Assembly budget hearings disowned some line items now running into billions of naira in their 2023 budget proposals. For instance, 12 billion naira was allegedly inserted in the NUC budget. 10.8 billion was also found in the budget of the Ministry of Defense, and then the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs also disowned the sum of 206 billion naira insertion in her ministry's budget. In the case of the Ministry of Power, 195 billion naira was found in the ministry's budget for no reasonable explanation. The ministers, however, told lawmakers that they could not explain what the sums are meant for or the details of the project tied to the funds, since they were not part of their proposals sent to the Finance Ministry for the 2023 fiscal year. They blamed the Finance Ministry for allegedly inserting the money into their budgets. Well, this is quite, to be candid, this is unheard of. Now being joined on the program by two gentlemen. I have Lanre Suraj, who, of course, is an anti-corruption activist. He joins us from Abuja. And I also have Nasir Kura, who joins us from Kano. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Kura. What do you make of this? Help us to make sense of this. How does one explain this?
Well, it's simply a clear case of fraud, economic irresponsibility, and perhaps impunity at this critical stage of Nigeria's political transition, and to some extent, its own economic, challenges also that are further accentuated, the crisis of development, and one, it shows the lack of respect for due processes on the part of the executive, and also a determination to continue with these processes, these acts that are perhaps at best, anti-democracy, inimical to our economy, and perhaps that are withholding our development as an economy and as a nation. So this put together is, to some extent, this put together is what we can say can explain this madness that we are experiencing, this level of impunity, this economic irresponsibility on the part of our own executives.
Let me come to you, Lanre. Just as I said, this is nothing new, but in the past, it's always against the lawmakers. It's the lawmakers who are accused of inserting or padding up the budget, inserting projects and all of that. But this time, the Ministry of Finance is being accused. And you listen to some of the explanations now given by some of these ministers, you get the impression that this is like the civil servants now doing their own thing, because obviously from what we're gathering now, it's actually the civil servants who prepare the budgets anyway.
Yeah, I think, like I said, well, I mean, I should say that, yeah, this is actually a welcome development. You know, it is part of that situation where you can get some good out of a bad situation. The bad situation is that of this government that is, I think, is in the history of Nigeria, the most unorganized, the most disjointed, the most uncoordinated government that Nigeria has ever experienced. And in the midst of that is what you're seeing, where the ministers usually don't agree, even after they leave the same Federal Executive Council meeting. They grant press interview and interaction, saying two different things, speaking on the same issues from different opposing point of view. So that has actually now, for Nigerians, escalated to the point where we are seeing this level of exposing, and we should really take it seriously. It's also an indication that things are not going well anymore for many of the politicians and the civil servants. So either it is through some of the internal mechanisms that are playing out. For them, usually where you would have the normal practice of budget padding from many of the individual ministries, it is now being escalated either through some of the civil servants in those ministries, working with the ones in the Ministry of Budget and National Planning, to have the padding done at that end when the prying eyes of either the minister or the others will not be there. And for us, we should commend the National Assembly. This is the expectation of us from the National Assembly. This is their statutory duty and responsibility. So for them to have picked out some of these padded sections of the budget, they deserve some measure of commendation, and we would want them to keep this up. We wouldn't want to see a situation where this will either be swept under the carpet, or they will also become accomplices by getting a share of whatever it is that is inserted in the budget illegally, for them to eventually pass them.
Lanre, you look at all of this. I mean, the Ministry of Finance been mentioned in this. It's just a mess.
I mean, this is the most disappointing thing. The minister flees on the ranking of the ministerial list of President Buhari. She actually ranks amongst the few, I think you can say to some extent, you know, remarkable ones.
But I must add very quickly that the ministry has denied any form of budget padding at all. And of course, we'll just have to wait until the minister comes before members of the National Assembly to explain what has happened. But then it's still not good at all that, you know, a padded budget would be presented by her ministry to the National Assembly.
Yeah, so it is not just going to be for her to come out. It is going to be important for both herself and President Buhari actually to get to the root of this. This would actually have to not just get to the root of it. There must be those that must be used as scapegoats to send a signal to those who would want to perpetrate this kind of, you know, heinous act against the government. You're talking about over 400 and something billion naira. This is not just something that is to be allocated for some white elephant project. These are monies that are just inserted for the purpose of stealing and also corruption. So some people are sitting down somewhere and trying to get, you know, 460 billion naira out of an annual budget. I mean, that would possibly resolve many of the lingering crises that we have in our universities. That would go a long way in providing enough of power generated for some areas that are not accessible to power. You would also be talking about very good roads and also our medical services, if this should go to any one of them. And there must have been a lot of that. And that's why it is very easy for civil servants to be fingered. Look at what happened with the former Accountant General with Ahmed Idris. And you're talking about billions or almost trillion of naira, as over 700 million naira worth of asset was also seized from this. Another former accountant general, Otunla, the one that came long before Ahmed Idris. So it tells you clearly that the issue many times is not just about politicians, and it is more even of our civil servants and bureaucrats than even our politically exposed persons.
And that is why it will be very difficult to deal with corruption, because most times we tend to look at the politicians, we forget the civil servants, and these civil servants are always there. A government comes and goes, the civil servants are always there, and because they're always there, corruption will continue.
No, the truth is that there's no politician, there's no politically exposed person that can succeed in any form of corrupt transaction or dealing without the conspiracy of the civil servants. That's number one. Number two, the civil servants actually also lead the politicians on to some of those acts. So in fact, sometimes some ministers who will refuse to play ball becomes even victims in the hands of these civil servants. That quite a number of people even call them evil servants because of the evil nature of some of the things that are perpetrated. So the law enforcement agencies, ICPC and EFCC, have a whole lot of work to do in probing into the lifestyle of many of the civil servants. I think we've done sufficiently with the politicians, so we need to just cut also some time out and focus on the civil servants, both at the state and also federal level, and see how much of what we can recover from that process and system.
Okay. Nasir, you look at our fight against corruption. We've always focused on politicians, but the truth is that, look, civil servants would appear to be the bigger problem because they're always there. And this budget padding we're talking about now could not have happened without the civil servants. And it's very glaring now that they actually prepared the budget. So don't you think it's time we began to shift serious focus now and look at the civil servants, especially in the light of what we saw with the former Accountant General of the Federation?
Exactly. Now, beyond that also, I think that we need to re-emphasize our earlier campaign for freedom of information. And for over a decade now, the campaign in civil society parlance has been for freedom of information from government and its annual activities. And this has been persistently resisted by these civil servants, even when legislations are made, even when progress is made. Hardly will these civil servants key in to this, noble cause for, one, transparency in government, transparency in economic activities. They always kick against it. And I think this should be our now major campaign issue. For us, outside the purview of governance, for us outside the structures of the state, our campaign has always been that Nigerians and those who are interested need to be informed about happenings in the ministry. One, even the issue of the budget in itself, before you even come into party, not every agency allow for people to monitor, their budget making, their budget proposal, not to talk of seeing their own contribution or seeing their own input. Now, some of us at some level and in some key instances have participated in budget monitoring. And if you pick the budgets across the states for say 2, 3, 4, 5 years, if you pick them up, you will see, one, that there is no difference between what was proposed in terms of road projects, in terms of school provisions, in terms of hospitals construction, in terms of infrastructural provisions in virtually all the states in the last 2, 3 years. So I'm saying projects that ought to have been ended in a year or two have been dragged for about 3 to 4 Yes. Reasons, one, is pardon. Second, is also outright stealing by the civil servants. So I think that I strongly also share the view that our focus should now be shifted more on the activities, of these civil servants in different ministries. I also agree to that in total.
Landry, you look at the population of the civil service of this country, quite not much, but they control so much. They control so much and they control government, whether or not we like it. Now, let's not forget, this is just a budget proposal. Now, I want to believe this is what would normally happen. This is just a budget proposal, and usually after every budget proposal, when it comes to release of funds now, not all of the money will be released. But then, because these civil servants are in charge, when monies are released, one of the first things they tend to do would be to sort out those areas that they had actually padded first before they begin to talk about. Is that actually what happens?
Exactly. I mean, unfortunately, if you listen to the response of the humanitarian affairs minister, she made it clear that even the budget for 2022 of about 20 billion that was there for the ministry has not even been released by the Ministry of Finance. Much less, we are now over 200 billion has been surreptitiously inserted in their budget without their knowledge. I mean, so this, you can tell quite a number of them. If you come to Abuja now, many of the hotels are like fully booked. Activities are almost like on daily basis with different ministries and departments and agencies of government, because this is the last minute when quite a number of those activities are hurriedly implemented when there will be little oversight monitoring, and because it's almost coming to the end of the year, and they use the excuse of, oh no, we need to just expend some of those budgetary provisions before the next fiscal year. Also, for that reason, December is usually, I mean, it's known in Abuja generally, is usually the period for the civil servants, ministries, departments, and agencies to spend most of the money. And that is where quite a whole lot of, the diversion, the corruption, and mismanagement do happen. So I know that something must have really changed between how it is done before now, where it would have been padded from the ministry. We've had reasons here to know before where some ministries, I think even the National Human Rights Commission, the ICPC complained at some point that some things, provisions in terms of buying maybe motorcycles and whatever, were inserted in their budget without their knowledge. That was actually played at the doorstep of the parliamentarians. So now it is moved from padding at the ministry level and now to the Ministry of Finance. So what it means is we need to also understand and check, as the padding at the individual ministry, department, and agency has stopped, or this is even the escalation of an addition to the padding that must have started from the ministries. Now the Ministry of Finance have added its own. So at the end of the day, the real budget that Nigeria is implementing or requiring would possibly be around 60 to 50% of the actual budgetary provision and allocation. The other percentage is just pilfered between the civil servants and the politicians. So when we don't get the real face value of our annual budgetary provisions and budgetary approval, when you consider the atrocities that are committed by many of the other implementers that are associated with the budget.
Okay, on a final note now, Nasser, I mean, when a minister appears before members of the National Assembly now, and who are asking that minister why setting amount wasn't, what setting amount of money is meant for in the minister's budget, and then the minister says, I'm not aware. I mean, it clearly shows the budget document that the lawmakers have might be different from what the minister has. How does one explain that?
That goes to show that, one, it has been always, an act that has been carried out by the civil servant in both ministries and other government parastatals, and then finally the Ministry of Finance, to the extent that those responsible for the final copy, production of the final copy of the budget proposals, are in one way or the other capable of, being complicit in this, odious and perhaps, criminal act. And also, we need to check further with those responsible at the different ministries and parastatals, those civil servants that are also saddled with the responsibility of, one, drawing up and submitting this budget, and their counterparts, in the Federal Ministry of Finance. And it is not just enough for the minister to say, okay, I don't know. The minister ought on her own, collect after need to have gone peruse through what was presented to the National Assembly. It is through that process that the minister will be able to understand whether items were inserted or items were, removed from the proposal that are the copy she has. Now, having done so, one other thing that I think that I will, advise that we take very seriously is the input of civil society organizations at these levels, particularly beyond the observer status they are given, in the National Assembly. They also need to be beyond observation. They also need to be given some, opportunities to ask one or two questions that will aid and, the process. Not doing that will further, embolden the civil servant, knowing fully well that it is between them and, the elected representatives. I go back to, and this brings me to my earlier point. This thing has been going on since the beginning of this democracy. And I think we need to be serious about it. We need to ensure that, because all these things come up because all this development rear themselves, bring itself up because we have a transiting assembly. The National Assembly is also, 2023 election is coming up, and perhaps they will need to expose this and make this exposure because they are not sure if they are going to benefit, from the output. This particular party. So that's why they now quickly blow the whistle, because knowing fully well that not many of them, not all of them are going to benefit, and so therefore they now quickly raise, blow the whistle for the ministry and the civil servants. So we need to, at this juncture, like I said, one, strengthen the institutions of democracy, particularly civil society organizations and journalists. We need to agitate for a space in the National Assembly, not just an observer status space, but an observer status with a limited mandate that will give them the opportunity to raise and ask questions when such budgets are presented or are about to be presented, or when ministries are asked to come out to defend, their budgets before the National Assembly.
I get your point. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program and for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break now and we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, We give you a complete dose of everything: opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria last week launched new banknotes replacing the 200 Naira, 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira notes in an effort to fight counterfeiting, the financing of terrorism and others. Now, during the launch, President Buhari underscored the importance of redesigning the new Naira notes. He explained that it will aid the country to address the issue of illicit financial flow, fight corruption, improve the nation's economy, as well as ensure the advancement in the value of the Naira. On his part, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, debunked insinuations that the early unveiling of the new note is meant to target some Nigerians. According to him, the CBN will intensify the monitoring process and interrogate the process of withdrawals. Emefiele maintained that there will be heavy restrictions on the volume of cash that people can withdraw over the counter as it works with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to monitor the purpose of any heavy transactions. Let's take a listen more now to what he said.
What we've had in the past is the insistence that, oh, this is a cash economy. There is no economy that is imbued with the thinking that it has to be a cash economy. The world has moved away from cash, predominantly cash, to cashless economy. And I think Nigeria and the Central Bank of Nigeria is prepared at this time to move towards a cashless economy. And that is the reason why, following the redesign and issuance of this note, we would go forward to insisting that cashless will be nationwide. We will restrict the volume of cash that people will withdraw over the counter. If you need to draw large volumes of cash, you will fill uncountable forms. We will take your data, whether it's your BVN, your NIN, so that security agencies like EFCC or enforcement agencies like EFCC and ICPC can follow you and be sure that you are taking that money for good purpose. We have to work as a country. Nigeria is the biggest country, both in population and economy in Africa. And we have to ensure that we do things the right way that also positions us as a leader in Africa and one of the leading countries in the world. We must do things right, and I think it will start from.
Well, joining me now to discuss this further is microeconomic expert, Professor Ken Ife. He joins us from Abuja. Prof, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Let me start by asking how important this redesigning is for the country.
It's extremely important. The bandwidth is very funny. It's extremely important because for so many reasons, it's been long overdue. Most countries will do it within 5 to 8 years. The average is 6 years. With technology, over 20 years, we haven't done it. The technology has caught up with us. Those who are faking the currency and are actually now outpacing the bank itself. So we don't even know the size of that illicit economy. We don't know. All we do know is that 2.6 trillion of our 3.3 trillion are not in the banking sector. But you don't know how much more that are there, chasing the few goods and services and then fueling inflation. But from ECOWAS, we work in 15 member states. We don't usually go to look for these are our personal allowance when we are traveling because they won't give you. So people tend to carry their Naira with them in their pocket. So if you go throughout the 15 countries, Naira is the second currency. And then it's more intense. The use is more intense in the northern frontier states of Francophone countries. We have 100 million Francophone countries surrounding us in the north, Niger, Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Cameroon. They're all using Naira to trade. They don't pay us in dollar. They carry all the goods from the northern side and they pay in Naira. not even in their franc CFA. So a lot of our money is outside the shores, and a lot of it are also fake currency. And so we need to rein these issues caused by insecurity, about the fact that the settlement of some of these ransoms are being done, and they need to put a check on those. But what gives me a lot of pleasure is the fact that you can track this currency, and then it's now going to be more difficult to imitate. It's very, very important. But there's a lot of speculation as well. The speculation on our Naira has even made it impossible for us to control inflation the way we would have liked to. But now they're all coming to a head, and I think that it will get worse before it gets better. The inflation will go up a little bit more, then the exchange rate will go up and come down, go up and come down, but it will settle down around January, when many of the diaspora that will also be the high price of dollar to bring in money for the Christmas. So, but around that November, January side, it will begin to stabilize. February, it will begin to stabilize.
Let's talk about the security, and I'm so happy you did talk about that this currency can be tracked. It means the security features in the currency would have been upgraded and all of that. But some people just think this redesigning is just basically a change of color.
No, it is a change of color for you and me, who will use our eyes to see it. But the electronic tags in there will be seen by all the spectrum. It could be seen by infrared, by ultraviolet light, by satellite, by all kinds of technology will be seen there. That's why they can track it. So we don't know what else is in the electronic tag, but the electronic systems know what is there, and they can track it. It's possible now for you to get a few bunch of currencies and describe the trajectory of those, which bank received it from central bank, which branch received it from their branch, and then how the journey of the money. You can tell all that. And then, of course, the difficulty of duplicating it or faking it, which might mean that it might be based on some robust technology, like blockchain technology or whatever.
Let's talk about what the CBN governor talked about earlier. I mean, I played the soundbite. He talked about the emphasis now on cashless, that people would not be able to withdraw so much cash over the counter, and that they'll be made to fill so many forms, basically discourage people from withdrawing cash, but go cashless. What do you make of that? Do you think that could be a turn-off for some people, especially for the unbanked in this country?
I don't think the unbanked need a lesson on what to do with their money, because they're already using 2 million people are out there, every hook and cranny, with their POS, and they have electronic transfers going on, and they don't have to have Apple phone, or they don't have to have the Android. They're using their Nokia to Nokia and using the USSD infrastructure, payment infrastructure. They're using those. These people are they're better. We saw it during the 2020 COVID-19. The banking sector, despite the shutdown, we are all in our houses transacting, and the growth was 15% for the banking and financial sector throughout the whole of 2020 and most of 2021. They were recording 15% growth rate. In the last GDP figure, they got 18.3% growth rate, the banking and financial sector. So the people they're using, okay, if you look at transactions, Nigeria is number 6 in the world in the number of electronic transactions. And we do 3.5 billion transactions, which is equal to 200 trillion naira that is being transacted on the 200 trillion. And then America is even 1.2 billion, nowhere near Nigeria. And we're number 6 in the world after India and China and South Korea. We're very high. In the villages, don't need the cash. How much cash are they carrying? 200,000, 100. How much is it that they cannot give the POS to save for them? Go to the market. Every POS you see, there's a small notebook besides them, according how much has been to them. Things have moved on. POS banking, internet banking, they've moved on. So we have to move on as well with carrying this cash around.
So tell us, Prof, some people have been complaining about the deadline, the timeline given by the CBN. The CBN has said, look, by January 31st, the old notes will no longer be accepted. But some people are saying that's a short time for people to be able to turn in their old notes, especially for those in the rural areas. What do you make of that?
I think they're just crying wolf, to be honest, because tell me how much in your village, in your own remotest village, how much money do you think people are holding there? Would you think that an average person will hold 200,000 naira in the village there? Do you think, is there any way you have almost 2 million people all over? There's no corner of this country you do not have somebody sitting under the umbrella with POS, collecting money from you and giving you money. And then if you go to any market, you see them with their umbrella and a small notebook where people are actually keeping account. The retailers, the market people will go and give them the money for the day, they record it. And as they are recording it, somebody else is standing to collect cash. So these people is just crying wolf. You don't need more than 14 days for people to turn in whatever they have. It is those who are carrying billions of naira that are worrying about how to get them back into the banking system and paying 20% or 10% for people who are going to lodge these monies into their accounts, different accounts. It's not the real trader that we're talking about, or the people that, how would you take in this day and age, with the level of insecurity, you're telling me people will carry 500,000 in a village and put it in and sleep under their pillow? I don't know that is happening. Because with their Nokia to Nokia, which is the most rudimentary, they are still transacting. You have agency banking. Even First Bank alone has more than 160,000 agents all over the place dealing with this. So I don't know where people are getting all that from. The time is enough. We should just close that chapter right now and then get on with it.
All right, Prof. We just have to thank you very much for talking to us, and we thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's turn to oil and gas now. Nigeria State Oil Company, that's NNPC Limited, last week officially started drilling for oil and gas at a field in the northern part of the country that has reserves of 1 billion barrels, as the country seeks to produce crude outside the Niger Delta region for the first time. According to NNPC Limited, the phase 1 of the Kolmani project would have an oil refinery, gas processing unit, 300 megawatt power plant, and a fertilizer plant producing 2,500 tons a day. NNPC Limited first announced in 2019 the discovery of crude oil, gas, and condensate in commercial quantity in the Kolmani area between Bauchi and Gombe states in northeastern Nigeria, a region that is, of course, facing, insurgency and, of course, terrorism. In the flag-off ceremony last week, President Buhari urged NNPC and its partners to work with local communities and draw lessons from the restive Niger Delta region, where militants have in the past blown up pipelines, accusing oil companies of neglecting locals. Although no major oil firm is involved in the project, local firms Sterling Global Oil and New Nigeria Development Commission, a conglomerate owned by 19 northern states, will be in charge of the project. Now, what does this mean for Nigeria's oil and gas industry? oil and gas expert engineer Alex Nei joins us on the program from Warri. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. How significant is this development, drilling for oil and gas in the north of the country? Something most of us never knew was going to happen.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this issue. They are also seeking for foreign investors. There are some basic ingredients you need to start making this type of pronouncement. I've seen a sample of the oil via WhatsApp. It looks good, but we don't know what the API gravity is. But at the same time, it looks good. I've also been told they've drilled 2 wells, which means they finished exploration. What they want to drill now is development wells. To come up with a figure of 1 billion barrels, 2 exploratory wells or 2 development wells, whatever the case might be, will be too small to use to determine and say we have 1 billion barrels. Again, it depends on the relative location of the 2 wells. If they have the structure right, and the 2 wells are positioned in such a distance they can use to confirm it's 1 billion barrels reserve they have, that would make sense. So until we start seeing some of these details, one cannot say, but if you cannot use 2 wells, that's why I say it depends on the position where the 2 wells are located for you to say you have 1 billion barrels. But I would say it's a welcome development. At least it will ease the pressure. But for any investor, international investor who want to come to the area and invest, first and foremost, they will have to go through all these processes and be sure. Nobody wants to invest in a situation where there is insecurity and the numbers are not right. So the Nigerian government should be ready to disclose to the foreign investors details to convince them that they really have 1 billion barrels. So that is the starting point. But from what we're saying, the crude looks good. I don't know what the API gravity is. In terms of refinery...
Can you help us to understand this technical... when you say API gravity, what exactly do you mean? At least break that down for lay people to understand.
Okay, like the Kaduna refineries, for example, people say it's heavy crude they need, in which case crude with higher viscosity, which means they are not properly cooked. For Bonny Light, Escravos crude and all those are high API gravity crude, which goes anywhere. But if you have a refinery design for heavy crude, like Kaduna refinery, for example, Escravos still supply Kaduna refinery. So there are portions of the refinery that handle heavy crude, which we were getting from Venezuela through Escravos while I was there. So the Kaduna refinery also handle both the heavy crude and the Escravos crude. So that's all right. But the API gravity, which is the value of that crude, will determine what type of refinery you build. That's why I say we need to know the API gravity, which is like the density of that crude, to know exactly whether it is in the class of Bonny Light or in class of Venezuela crude, which we are importing for heavy lubes and all that. So these are still details that we're yet to see on the internet or WhatsApp. But these are some critical things the foreign investors will need. First, they want to get how does the structure look like? Where are the 2 wells drilled? Based on that 2 wells, based on their position and where the structure is, somebody can agree, well, you have 1 billion. Until those things are well cleared out, no international investor will want to come in. So those are things we have to really work on as a country.
Now talking about international investments, talking about international investors, we are at a time when the world is, if you like, moving away from fossil fuel, and that's the talk out there. The world is it's moving away from fossil fuel. Some of these European nations, Western nations have actually set deadlines for themselves, deadlines now to completely move away from fossil fuel. And now we're discovering new oil fields. How difficult, under the circumstance, do you think it will be for us to find international investors?
Well, everybody is watching the international game going on. You remember at one time they were talking about frack oil, in which case tight reservoirs with very low permeability, porosity, they frack it to bring out oil when oil was scarce. That happened. America did it. Even as a student in the university, experimental ones were done in the early 70s when we were in the university. But it wasn't right. When the price was right, then they go ahead and did it, and they use it to produce oil. America at one point was ready to export oil to other countries based on frack. Now, this concept that we are migrating from the fossil fuel to renewable, Nigeria still have a chance. Where are we? We are still importing petrol and all this. So if we put our house together and we know exactly what we're doing, with what we have, we should be able to develop this country, irrespective of what is going on. For the next 20 years, we're still going to be here. So we have to sit down and do our due diligence rather than just take things on the surface. It is true the rest of the world is moving to renewable, yes. You use what you have to get what you want. For now, we cannot compete with the international world in terms of renewable. We'll gradually go into it, but we still have crude. So let us get our house together and do the right thing so that we can elevate ourselves. We can have electricity by ourselves without going anywhere, petrol, diesel, and all these things that we still need. These are things we can do, and we still have time. Since we have the crude, we can use it to develop ourselves and put in place all the new things we are thinking about. And we still have time. So the concept that the international investors will not come or this will not come, there's enough money already in the country. With all the stolen money we are seeing being released or whatever, what does it take to build a refinery? If we are very prudent, what will it take to build a refinery? If I see the figures that I'm seeing around of recovered money and whatever, if we are really serious, those money should be invested in such a way that the turnover on this money, stolen money that we are recovering, could turn this country around, irrespective of foreign investors. But I tell you, if the foreign investors are really sure you have 1 billion and the price is right, they will still go for it.
Now, in most
they will
places,
still go for it. So
now, in most places where oil has been discovered, including Nigeria, of course, is that it's both a blessing and a curse, especially in terms of environmental degradation and some of the problems that come with this prospecting for oil or drilling for oil and all of that. With what we have seen in the Niger Delta, talk about the environmental pollution, degradation, and the kind of terrible things that have been done to the environment there. What lessons do you think we need to learn so that this is not replicated in this area that oil has been discovered? I mean, oil drilling has started.
Let me tell you, I worked in the US and several other places. Even in Nigeria here, we have the capability of producing the oil without causing all the pollutions we're seeing. It's a conscious decision. When you have a DPRO that comes around, there's oil spill. Once the price is right, how many barrels? They say it's 20 gallons. In reality, it could run into thousands of barrels. So the insincerity in the Nigerian system makes all these things to happen. You can drill and produce the oil with minimum pollution. Let us be sincere. We are trained for this business. You can drill and produce with minimum pollution. And now that we found oil there, if this government want to be honest, they should get people who are knowledgeable to guide them. There are several people around who have knowledge that are hanging. If Nigeria wants to do things right, we have people to do it. So this idea of, say, pollution, what is going on in the Niger Delta and all that, these are man-made things. When oil leaks out of a pipe, based on intelligence and based on pressure and all that, somebody will know. If it is only one barrel that is lost to cause pollution, somebody will know. But the insincerity, that's why you see all the pollution around. You have a flow station that the pipe bursts near it. It may be for several hours. We know what that flow station is producing per day. So if you have a ruptured pipe within X period of hours, somebody can quickly go back and calculate and come up with an approximate value. Because once that happens, depending on where it's happening, the rate at which we gush out, we can estimate. So once you know, you tackle it. These are no things that we are not capable of doing. It's just the insincerity. That's why we have all this pollution. Take Ogoni, for example, and take the Niger Delta, other Niger Delta area, for example. These are things that could be handled properly. We've gone far in this industry that we can drill and produce oil without polluting if we really want to be sincere with ourselves. But unfortunately, the industry is being captured by people who don't really understand the principle. Some of them understand the principle, but they connive and they are compromised. Their standards, all these areas you are seeing polluted and all that, somebody is aware, they just ignore. So it's possible. The government is ready for it. We still have the capability to. We still giving. They are long gone. We are not in the days of John D. Rockefeller and all those anymore. Long, way back, 75, 80s, and whatever. People drill in the U.S. When mistakes happen in the Gulf of Mexico, you see how they handled it.
Exactly.
So what is the difference? So I don't think it should be an issue. But the government has to put a square peg in square hole. You set up all kinds of boards, all kinds of people employed and whatever. What is the background? What do they know? There are a lot of people hanging out there that can salvage this country if the government wants to be sincere. So that's where we are.
Okay.
I don't see any problem.
All right. Engineer Alex Ney, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your insights there. That's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, And then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885. And then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, you know. So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, you know, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. You know, I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, you know. So you want to sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating sin, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and like I left genuinely, you know, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was...
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority of SEMA. There's no media scheme, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Abisola Adebayo. A high court sitting in Minna, the Niger State capital, has issued a warrant of arrest for the Chief of Army Staff General Farouk Yahaya over contempt. The presiding judge, Justice Alima Abdulmalik, said the order followed upon hearing on motion on notice brought before the court in pursuant of Order 42, Rule 10 of the Niger State High Court Civil Procedure 2018. A warrant was also issued for the arrest of Commandant Training and Doctrine Command Minna, Major General Olugbenga Olabanji, for a similar offense. Justice Abdulmalik ruled that the order is commuting Yahaya and Olabanji to be kept in Minna Correctional Custody for contentious of order of the court on October 12, 2022. According to her, the two suspects are to remain in custody until they purge themselves of the contempt. Justice Abdulmalik thereafter adjourned the case to December 8 for continuation. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has assured Nigerians it will recover from the recent attacks on its facilities. Speaking at the induction retreat for resident electoral commissioners held in Lagos on Wednesday, INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu said the Commission's responsibility is to conduct elections and assured Nigerians that they will recover from the recent attacks. Within the space of 3 weeks, 2 attacks were carried out on INEC local government facilities in Ogun and Oshun states. Although INEC said its Ebonyi office was also attacked on Sunday, the police said fire gutted the facility. Speaking on Sunday's attack in Ebonyi State, the INEC boss described the situation as regrettable because the arsonist struck 2 days after electoral officials relocated to its office in the southeastern state. To forestall a recurrence of the said the Commission will work closely with security agencies as well as traditional rulers. The Federal Executive Council has approved a new national language policy, making the various mother tongues compulsory medium of instruction from Primary 1 to Primary 6. Briefing State House correspondent, the Minister of Education, Adamu, said the government is aware that its implementation will be difficult but is necessary to promote the cultivation and use of all Nigerian languages. He revealed that as of today, 29 languages have become extinct, leaving the country with 625 languages, and for this reason, it is disclosed that the mother tongue will be used exclusively for the first 6 years of education and then combined with the English language from junior secondary school.
Nigeria now has a national language policy. The policy document is here, and if I will have to tell you one highlight is in it, the government has agreed now instruction in primary school, the first 6 years will be in the mother tongue. In principle, it has been agreed, but I know implementing it will require a lot of work to develop the material, to teach and get the teachers and so on. But the policy has been approved. Mother tongue is mother tongue. There are 625 languages in Nigeria. If we had the material, let's say instructional material and teachers, this will be used to teach, the community will teach children in its own language. It's not restricted to the 3 languages that were promoted, Hausa, Igbo, English, and Yoruba. Mother tongue is mother tongue. So when the policy is fully operational, each locality will teach students in primary 1 up to 6 in their own mother tongue.
Meanwhile, the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba, has blamed the high level of poverty in the country on state governors who he said pay more attention to flyovers and airports rather than the improvement of life in the rural areas. The minister, who says 72% of the poverty rate in the country is found in the rural areas, advised the state chief executives that rather than concentrate attention on the building of skyscrapers, flyovers and bridges, they should focus more on initiatives that can pull the majority of the people out of poverty.
That poverty, at least 72% of poverty is in the rural areas. It also shows clearly that Sokoto State is leading in poverty with 91%. But the surprising thing is Bayelsa being the second in terms of poverty rating in the country. So you see, the issue is not about availability of money, but it has to do with the application of money. I think on the federal government side, we are doing our best, but we need to push that rather than governors continue to compete to take loans to build airports that are not necessary, where they have other airports so close to them, or governors now competing to build flyovers all over the place, and we applaud them. They should concentrate on building rural roads so that the farmer can at least get their product to the market. And I'm sure Wike told you guys about monies that we released, over 500 billion to the oil producing states. And I've seen some disclaimers from the states saying the small money they are getting on a monthly basis. And some are giving some half-truths of of what they have received. We need to hold them accountable so that together we all can grow our economy.
The Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, Tahir Mongono, says the yardstick for measuring the performance of lawmakers should be the number of bills and motions sponsored. Mongono spoke on Wednesday during the presentation of the report on the independent performance appraisals of the 9th National Assembly organized by Other Paper Advocacy Initiative. Mongono said Nigerians need to be educated on the primary functions of lawmakers. He thereafter commended Other Paper for raising the bar in informing Nigerians on the constitutional duties of legislators. Barely 24 hours after taking office, Governor Ademola Adeleke has issued 6 executive orders, including one sacking all the workers employed by his predecessor Gboyega Oyetola after the latter lost his re-election. Details of the 6 executive orders are contained in a statement by Adeleke spokesperson Olawale Rasheed. The governor had in his inaugural speech on Sunday actions that were detrimental to the interest of Oshun after he lost his re-election. One of such was the recruitment of hundreds of workers into the civil service, even when there was no budgetary provision for them. The orders signed by the governor covered chieftaincy matters, appointment issues, setting up of a review panel, staff audit, as well as employment matters. An outright sack without proper consultations will be detrimental to the people of Oshun State. These are the words of Adewale Ajadi, political affairs analyst who was reacting to the sack of 12,000 workers by the newly elected governor of Oshun State, Ademola Adeleke. Ajadi, in an interview, said a reflective approach should be considered in performing governance across the country.
If what he has done is to set up a panel to properly review, that would be the appropriate thing. I believe his concern is that these people were recruited after the loss of the election by his predecessor. That would be possibly a reasonable thing to do. Although bear in mind, these 12,000 workers are actually citizens of Oshun State.
Right.
And them not having income is also detrimental to Oshun State in a different way. But I think that having a reflective approach, considering the process properly, reviewing the effectiveness or not of the decision was made is the most appropriate way to go forward, rather than a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that his predecessor had made a decision that I think might be toxic. So I think the latter would be greater if he's actually reviewing it. But if he has summarily sacked those people, I think it will be detrimental on the longer term. I think certainly because the House of Assembly is probably APC, and that him doing this unilaterally would get their backs up and create a conflict in the future. You know, in these kinds of cases, it is better to act with wisdom rather than just react with outrage. And I think that he should have consulted really before making the decision. But if he said, as you indicated, that this is going to go through a process, then the more he uses the process, the more likely he is to reduce a potential conflict going forward with the State House of Assembly. It is incumbent upon him to think beyond just the political calculations of his own supporters and think on the longer-term benefits of the citizens of Oshun State.
The Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACOL, and the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, have highlighted the role security agencies should play before and during the 2023 general elections. This call was made during a one-day consultative meeting with security agencies in Lagos on prioritizing anti-corruption and accountability issues during the upcoming election. The guest speaker at the event, Chairman of CACOL, Debo Adeniro, called on all security agencies to show professionalism and create a safe and conducive election environment for Nigerians to vote in 2023.
They are very important to the integrity of our election. That is why we brought them together and we said that, look, if every one of them perform their jobs optimally, conscientiously, then it will be difficult for anybody to manipulate the process. It will be difficult for anybody to disrupt the process of voting, the counting, and also the announcement of the result. Then we are going to have something better than what we had in 1993, where election was said to be free, peaceful, credible. Well, some of us believe that it's not so fair, but then it happened, because if it was fair, it wasn't fair that it was annulled.
We are quite prepared. If you have been listening to the speech of the IGP and the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command to be precise, you can see the level of preparedness for the election. And I can assure you that the Nigerian police force are very ready, prepared to enforce all possible law to make sure there is free and fair election.
Right now we are having an election. Election is coming up by next year. So I think there are up and doing that in time of information that we need to do more, and at least to do our best and to make sure that the Lagos is safer in terms of information gathering, at least to give information to relevant agencies in Lagos State to move forward.
Human and labor rights violations in Nigeria have continually raised fears as the country has recorded various forms of the years. Speaking on Wednesday at the interactive session organized by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, the Deputy Director of SERAP, Oluwadare Kolawole, explained that the ability to exercise human and labor rights in the workplace is prerequisite for the development of a nation. He also urged relevant agencies to be intentional in the implementation of these rights. Our correspondent, Timisola Adegun, was at the event and files in this report.
While Nigeria has made major improvements in the implementation of human rights, it appears the country is still struggling with labor rights implementation, as several human and labor rights violations have been recorded in the country over the years. This gathering, organized by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, aims to review the Human and Labor Rights Index of Nigeria's rule of law through the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which maintains that beneficiaries must work to improve its rule of law, human rights, and respect for core labor standards to remain eligible.
Ensure that security agencies treat citizens with dignity. They don't violate the rights of the citizens. And when they do, ensure that there's an accountability mechanism that addresses violation. I think it's pretty simple, you know. Then in the context of the AGOA we're talking about, you know, we could actually use AGOA as an instrument for human rights advocacy. But then we need to improve Nigeria's utilization of AGOA, you know, to such a point that it becomes significant for you then to say, oh, okay, the threat of losing the benefits under AGOA would force the Nigerian government to change its behavior.
While violations of human and labor rights laws are blamed on poor governance, stakeholders lamented that lack of enforcement of already existing laws remains a challenge.
The government may not be able to do much because the system under which the government operates is already, I wouldn't call it a compromised system, it's an imperfect system. I think the NGOs like SERAP and such organizations having funding from abroad so actually carry the enlightenment campaign out. Because the agencies we're talking about are part of government. So there will be little or nothing government will do rather than the in-house training they give them and in-rights enlightenment they give them.
On its part, the National Human Rights assured of its commitment to ensuring that citizens' rights are not violated.
Workers' rights are also human rights. And what the mandate that is given to the National Human Rights Commission is a mandate of promoting, protecting and enforcement of human rights. So we promote human rights by enlightening people, the general citizens, on what human rights are, when their rights are infringed, where they can seek redress. The protection aspect of it is that people can come to the offices of the National Human Rights Commission.
With an indicator value of 8.4 index points from 2016 to 2022, Nigeria records a poor performance at the implementation of human rights and rule of law compared to countries who are beneficiaries of AGOA. The organizers expressed optimism that the outcome of the event will challenge the narrative. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos.
We'll take a break now and return with more stories. Please stay with us. Welcome back. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, do log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, on Facebook or at TV360 Online. China is softening its tone on the severity of COVID-19 and easing some coronavirus restrictions after anger over the world's toughest pandemic curbs triggered protests in several cities across the country, some of which led to clashes with the police. With daily cases remaining near record levels even after prolonged lockdowns, Chinese Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, who oversees the country, said the virus's ability to cause disease is weakening. He said the country is facing a new situation and new task in the epidemic prevention and control as the pathogenicity of the Omicron virus weakens. More people are vaccinated and experience in containing the virus is accumulated. He thereafter urged further optimization of testing, treatment, as well as quarantine policies. India has posted annual economic growth of 6.3% in its July to September quarter, less than half the 13.5% growth in the previous 3 months, as distortions caused by COVID-19 lockdowns faded in Asia's largest economy. According to the government's chief economic advisor, Ananta Nageswaran, gross domestic product growth for the full fiscal year, which ends on March 31st, is likely to be 6.8 to 7%, adding that it would broadly be in line with pre-COVID rates before pandemic lockdowns triggered wild fluctuations. Economists warned, however, that growth momentum may ease in the December quarter due to higher interest rates and slowing exports. We'll take another break now and return with more stories in business. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved the concession of research and development of satellite internet broadband project to ensure fast, reliable, uninterrupted and high-speed fixed broadband internet penetration in all parts of the country, especially the rural areas. This was made known by the Minister of Science and Technology, Adeleke Mamora, while speaking to State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. Mamora explained that the project is designed to meet Nigeria's aspirations of providing up to 90% of Nigerians with fast, affordable, reliable, high-speed broadband internet.
It's through one of our agencies, that's NASA, National Space Research and Development Agency. And the concession period for the various types of PPP arrangement, and of course the one we decided to key upon is design, finance, build, operate, and transfer. And taking the due process, like I said, we have the ICRC, which is the agency that is responsible for the assessment, and of course, starting from the outline business case, and then you move on to the full business case. And after going to, of course, also seeking the necessary clearance that we need, even from the security, National Security Advisor, and other agencies that we need to get their buy-in before going to town. So the concession period is for 15 years, and what government stands to benefit in terms of revenue within this concession period is well over 1.34 billion Naira, after which the whole project will revert to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And it's a way, like I said, complementing what the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy is also doing, so that we can reach the underserved and, of course, the rural communities in particular. So essentially, that's what the memo is all about.
For the first time in weeks since the scarcity of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, began, the federal government has finally opened up and declared that there is no plan to increase the pump price of petrol, at least during the Yuletide season. The government's comments came amid a worsening and persistent fuel scarcity, which spread further on Wednesday across the country. Also, the cost of the commodity rose to as high as 285 Naira per litre in some filling stations, while the black market cost rose to about 450 Naira per litre. But the government, in its statement, explained that could last the country for 34 days. The statement, however, did not say any approved pump price for petrol, neither did it condemn the hike in PMS price by marketers nationwide. Oil prices settled up by over $2 per barrel on Wednesday on signs of tighter supply, a weaker dollar, and optimism over a Chinese demand recovery. Capping gains, the OPEC Plus decision to hold its December 4th meeting virtually signals little likelihood of a policy change. Brent crude futures settled up $2.40 to $85.43 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures settled up $2.35 to $80 a barrel. Meanwhile, U.S. crude oil stocks plunged by nearly 13 million barrels, the most since 2019, in the week ended November 25th. On the foreign scene, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa is facing a possible impeachment threat over the Farmgate scandal. The president has been accused of covering up a $4 million theft from his farm in 2020, including kidnapping and bribing the burglars into silence. A 3-volume report from an independent panel has found that Ramaphosa abused his position and may have broken an anti-corruption law. He has since denied any wrongdoing, saying the money was from selling buffalo. The panel's findings have been handed to Parliament, which is set to examine them and decide whether or not to launch impeachment proceedings next week. As Delta 2022 finally commences, the Minister of Youth and Sport Development, Sunday Dare, has said about 14,000 youth athletes from the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, will be competing in over 30 different sports, including football, basketball, wrestling, among others. Dare will disclose this on Tuesday in his office in Abuja, expressed optimism that at the end of the competition, new sets of athletes will emerge that would compete favorably with their counterparts globally. The minister commended the Delta State government for its dogged determination towards ensuring the reality of Delta 2022, and also for providing the teeming youth with the opportunity to showcase their sporting talent. He thereafter called on all sport-loving Nigerians to create time to grace the festival, which he described as the Nigerian Olympics.
Where the Torch of Unity came to its final bus stop. That in itself is very historic. So Delta, like I said several weeks back, is ready. Our contingents from 36 states and the FCT are here. Some are still on their way. And we hope that
The next 10 days will be beautiful days for sports, for talents to emerge, for friendship, for unity at the main bowl of the stadium. We have 36 flags, plus one FCT, 36 states. In all, we have 39 flags. There's also the games flag, 38, and which one is 39th? We have 39 flags in all. We're going to hoist these flags right now. You know the symbolism of hoisting the flags.
On that note, we call it a wrap on News Now this morning. Many thanks for watching.
What we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name are so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that is doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. The response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge. But now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the Circle of Nigerian Coconut Artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them, they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artworks, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works when visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we will cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand axe saw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste, to wet. Like this one, if you have seen Eyo before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. It's me this way. The eyelashes are not enough. They want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God. They want to add more, and they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent. Just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the East, whereby they have their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth, this are the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the African setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flags, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no, the only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they did not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ does not have value at his own town. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in, can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, so, or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around. But engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value. So if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajido in this Badagry environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those ones we need a good quality of coconut. Those ones we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those ones we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste ones. We can use those ones and use those ones and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit. We train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come out and have come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you're talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if you travel to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you don't have anything to remind you about your visits. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental this thing, because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you don't see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. I named this remembrance. It always tells you to remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that we are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's why I name it Remember. These are brooch. You can see we have brooch of local government. These are Lagos local government, Ministry of Tourism. We have another brooch. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, key holders, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles. Pen holder, and so on. And these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse. You use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries. You can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside. You can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. we have meetings like this.
What is here is what should go international actually. It's of international standard, it's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, and if there was a way to get this skill to more youths, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, like I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reach my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things, that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick someone to do like the key holder. Me too, I can try. And I can encourage some people to look at it, that coconut shell can do many things, that we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the key holder, many things.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show. I'm being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points, due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts, and we are well known as a place that we produce coconut, granules and coconuts a lot, and there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. Each artistic design the kind of way that the organizer name each one and the explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of profitable something for every individual. At a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background, you know. It started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There's no way you won't find, you won't encounter challenges. Challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade. And what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing. And it's telling you that, telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant, I will see as nothing. We can really make it something. And that was that done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Oshun, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this, but the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we, just ordinary citizens of the community, comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it. So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirit. So we need government buying. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Good day and welcome to your exciting program on TV360 Sport. I'm sure a lot of people still World Cup fever as what is going on across the globe in Qatar. We also know that as football is one of the oldest sports in the country, not just in the country, across the globe, we know that there are other sports coming up to ensure that those participating in this club also have a say when it comes to talking about sport, and that's what we do on 360 Sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu, and I'll be joined by Kemi Awe. Kemi Awe is Executive Director of Cubing Nigeria. You wonder what Cubing is all about. Cubing is a sport that has to do with your techniques, that has to do with your ability to think fast while using a cube on your hand. And joining me is Kemi Awe. It's good to have you on the show, Mom.
Good to be here too.
Yes, let's start with cubing and cube. How did it become a sport in this part of our world?
Okay, speed cubing is a mental sport really. And speed cubing is all about having to solve the Rubik's Cube within the shortest possible time. It's not so popular in this part of the world, but in the Western world, it's making waves.
Yeah, but that's been now the reception, the sport, knowing that it's a sport that is still trying to, get its legs across in the country. How did it get into Nigeria first and foremost?
Okay, the Rubik's Cube has been in existence for over 45 years now. It was actually, invented by Professor Eno Rubik, a Hungarian professor of architecture and sculpture. It was created in the course of him wanting to teach his students how to think in 3 dimensions, how to think in 3D. And it came about inventing the Rubik's Cube. And that's why it's named after him, because his name is Enor Rubik. So the cube itself was named after him, being the inventor. Now, it took him over 30 days for him to solve his own creation. But now, because it has gained so much popularity, people solve it in the twinkle of an eye. 4 seconds, you see people solving it within 4 seconds. Now, that is the 3x3, the 3x3 variants, because there are other variants. There is the 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, on and on and on.
Okay, now, you are one person that's brought the sport in the country. Do you have the connection between you? Do you just want to try something new, or you think this is what it? Why did you join to be part of this new sport into the country? Why did you bring the sport into the country?
Okay, let me correct something. I didn't bring it into the country. Rather, though when I was younger, I played with it, but I was never ever able to solve it when I was small. But becoming an adult, and my son went to a camp in Abuja, a mathematics camp in Abuja, and it was used as a mathematics manipulative, in that camp. So when he brought it back home, we were like, oh, this is what I used to play with. My husband too said, oh, I used to play with this thing too. And we started looking for how, we can further spread the news of the importance, the benefits of solving the cube, because it really, really helps develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. And that was how we came about it. And then my son decided to set up an NGO, which is, the acronym is SMILE. SMILE is the acronym for Smile, Mathematics is Lively and Entertaining. And it was going around school with our support, of course, and support of some of our friends who bought into the idea of spreading the news about the cube. So we went around schools, introducing it to schools and encouraging them to take it up as a sport. Then we started researching into what is happening globally about it. And we saw that, yes, people are competing. People are competing in various ways, one-handed, with the feet, under the water, though I wouldn't advise anybody to do that except if you're a professional swimmer. So many, variants of, so many ways of solving it. And people are really, really doing well. For instance, Max Park is an American. And even though he's an autistic child, but he's leading the pack in the 3x3. He's holding the world record in 3x3. And so we want to encourage our young ones and the youth to take it up as a sport. So we decided to register as a regional organization. So we registered as a regional organization, keeping Nigeria registered as a regional organization. We submitted our application with the World Cube Association. And, we were granted that opportunity to further spread it throughout Nigeria. And so here we are, keeping Nigeria, trying to promote speed cubing amongst our youth and the children.
Okay, interesting. Before I go to the development of the sport in country, I want to ask, how been the reception, people's reaction towards the sport? Has it been challenging? Have it been encouraging? Has it been? Because, it's a new sport. And some might think it's an elite sport. It's a sport for the genius ones. It's a sport for the smart thinking child. That is a sport. It's not just a sport for everybody. You have to have your IQ in a particular percentage for you to be part of this sport. How true is that?
Oh, it's been quite challenging. It's been very, very challenging. Mostly people that, take it up are people that have traveled outside the country and they are aware that, they are aware of the benefits of solving the cube. Even though we don't want to make it an elitist sport, but it's mostly people that are, I don't want to use the word elitist, that
perhaps intelligence,
that are imbibing the culture of speed cubing.
Okay.
But we need to really, really take it to the grassroots. And we'll appreciate if government organizations like the sports organization being run by the government is also, open to it. We've tried to approach some ministry of sports, not just in Lagos, I think Ogun, but we've not made a headway yet. And also the World Cube Association is also pushing for it to be recognized as a sport worldwide. Maybe by the time the WCA makes a headway, then Nigerian governments will also take it up, maybe. But we are trying our best so far.
Okay.
We go around schools, and some mostly private schools, because they're the ones that could afford a cube. You can't do the sports without having your own personal cube. Practice makes perfect. You need to own it in order to be able to practice and solve within the shortest possible time.
Now, before we go on this quick short break, what's the push coming from? There have been challenges. The government have not really given us support. Schools, the cost of cubing and all that. So where do you get all your the resources, the energy to still forge ahead regardless?
It's actually the passion that is driving me, and we have friends that we ask for support. So mostly family and friends. The resources, financial resources are coming from mostly family and friends. And of course, what is driving me, the major driving force, is the passion. I really, really love Nigerian children and youth to take their place in in that space, that speed cubing space worldwide. And I'm sure we'll achieve it.
Okay, we'll take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll be asking about the development of cubing in Nigeria and several events you've done and the forthcoming events. Don't go away. It's still 360 Sports.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
That is true.
Of course, I told you.
Yeah, welcome back. We still have Kemi Awe with us, and she is the Executive Director of Cubing Nigeria. Has done so much to bring the sport cubing. Away from cubing as a sport and the challenges, let's see the development of cubing in Nigeria. Kemi Awe, the development of cubing in the country. So far,
yes,
so
thank
good.
you very much. Yes.
So far, so good. The development of the
Okay. We started speed cubing competition. We didn't call it speed cubing then. In 2015, we named it Interschool
Today I'm asking if Nigerians are angry enough, and I want to use Lagos State that we say is working as a model. I went to see my local community development area LCDA chairman and asked what they do for us. As my estate is governed by itself, we clean the community, provide our own water, electricity supply is epileptic, and even provide our own security day and night. We are self-governed, yet we pay taxes. I demanded they help sanitize our roads and evacuate some of the dirt packed on our streets after our last emergency sanitation intervention exercise. The chairman told me that waste management and even street parking was no longer under the purview of local governments. They're under the State Waste Management Authority and Ministry of Environment. I asked what they do for the people then, as they are the closest government to the citizens. And the chairman said that's why most of his colleagues no longer go to their offices. We truly have made our local governments redundant. The Lagos State Ministry of Environment doesn't come to clean our gutters within our streets. They don't come to inspect if there are blockages in those drainages. To get them to fix the roads, you have to know somebody. Yet no matter what obscure corner the residents may be in, they go to demand their land use taxes. Why are Lagosians not angry enough? We formed residential estates by putting gates on streets that weren't built to be estates, tax ourselves and do the jobs of government. Yet, the government will go to Abuja monthly, share federal allocation from our national resources, come to tax our personal income, and demand that we pay land use taxes. Yet, something as basic as cleaning gutters is left unattended. I've promised to find solutions, so I drove around Lagos on a Sunday when there's usually no traffic to seek solutions. I was in absolute shock that there's traffic in some areas of Lagos on a Sunday. I wonder what those areas must experience on weekdays, because bad spots on the roads. If the Lagos State government has a standing order that every single pothole on our major roads are fixed as they show up, traffic in Lagos will reduce tremendously. Why is it so hard to permanently stop traffic at some bus stops like Iyanokpaja, Oshodi, Ojuelegba, Penn Cinema by ensuring buses don't stop to pick passengers on these major roads? I know there will be traffic at crossroads like Allen, Aromire Junction, Maryland, Lekki, Victoria Island, Ikorodu, but Fagba Iju Junction traffic is compounded by the state of the road, and there ought not to be traffic at Ojota, Yaba, K2 and other bus stops without such crossroads. It's buses stopping indiscriminately that cause the congestions. And for goodness sakes, why do we have piles of dirt on some of these major roads? While LOMA and PSP operators are doing their things, isn't it obvious that each local government and LCDA needs their own compactors to help clean up their own local communities? That's what my LCDA chairman did. He got tired of waiting weeks for LOMA to attend to some black spots. How can we have a local government structure, and rather than utilize the personnel to clean community gutters, repair local roads, provide primary health and primary education, we keep on taking everything under the state government? Can state ministries work better than 50 local councils? I'm not a politician, but is governance rocket science? Why do we make it look like so? Like we try to make Oshodi bus stop work, there are many other bus stops that the buses should never park along the roads to pick passengers. The attendant traffic build-up causes difficulties for the residents who ply such roads on a daily basis. In 2022, no gutter at all in Lagos should have dirt in them. For instance, once it rains, Ablioni Gbagbo bus stop on Bank Anthony Way is flooded. Not climate change, clogged gutter. And though governors Fashola, Ambode and Sanwo-Olu all banned commercial motorcycles on the same Bank Anthony, once there's traffic on both sides, commercial motorcycles start hawking their trade, asking if anyone caught in traffic is headed to the airport. That's how we describe Lagos State as working. Yet, state governments can work with local governments. Local governments can also work with residents' associations. You can't tell me there's no money to clean all Lagos State gutters. If there isn't, our politicians live too extravagantly for personnel who can't even clean gutters. Are they really serving the people or serving themselves? I ask again, why are Lagosians not angry enough? There's fuel scarcity again this end of year, as was the norm in many years before now. There's traffic build-up on major roads because of that, and bad roads will compound that problem. Totally unacceptable. You have senior special assistant to the governor on this, special advisor on that, long list of aides, appointees, civil servants, local government chairmen and councillors, House of Representatives, and another long list of aides for those ones. And we can't even clean our gutters. Preposterous. And Lagos State is supposed to be the model state that everyone is proud of. With all the colonialist infrastructure and federal government investment when it was the capital of Nigeria. My goodness, I hear many states no longer even conduct local government elections. Why are Nigerians not angry enough? We now have the opportunity to change things, and rather than discuss the real issues that affect life expectancy, we are discussing once again the health status and certificates of our aspirants. While I know they finish, I want a better Nigeria, starting from the street I live on, and I will keep demanding better as I do better myself. What about you? You and I will succeed in 2022 and definitely in 2023.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one vote woman and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Nigeria would have been far developed if we didn't abandon our traditional government for an unknown one. This is not democracy. With the 2023 general election just a few weeks away, have consistently listened to campaigns and insults and wonder if democracy is indeed created for the development of Nigeria. Before the advent of this Western-style democracy, our various ethnic groups had their peculiar way of leadership selection processes. The Igbo people had their peculiar traditional family leadership way of selecting their leaders. The Yoruba had a much more advanced democratic style of selection process, while the Hausas and Fulanis also evolved a system peculiar to them, ditto other tribes. But we completely jettisoned those processes and procedures when we embraced the Western-style religion and democracy that we hardly understand. Until date, we are still struggling to grow waiting we don't understand. The Chinese man copied the Western style but retained their leadership process and culture and even their own style of governance. Same for Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the Dubai that we want to run to now. Even India is still far better than us. But today, our copied democracy, rather than bringing us together, has further divided us. If it is the turn of the North, it will be the turn of the South. Then the person will be, is he a core Northerner or peripheral Northerner? Is he a Northern Christian or a Northern Muslim? Nobody talks about competence. If it's then the South, then you ask, is it South-South, Southeast, or Southwest? Is he a Christian? Which denomination? The last governor was a Catholic, so this one must be a Pentecostal Anglican. No, it was Imo that produced the last person. Now it must be Anambra, even though they are all Igbos. The next question will be, how come Lagos that produced the speaker is he producing the vice? But they are both Yorubas. And nobody in all of this remember the Alika, Ogun, Ifa, or Amadioha worshippers. Yet, all these people are Christians. Yet, most states cannot account for all of the 450 billion naira 13% derivation as standing fund paid to Niger Delta State recently by President Buhari. Delta State got 142 billion naira and roads in Delta cannot be called road. Yet the governor is still borrowing. Akwa Ibom got 91 billion and most of the indigenes are still unemployed and riding Okada and house helps in other states. Bayelsa got 87 billion and has remained a glorified village. Rivers State got 83 billion and the governor claimed he spent all building bridges, even though we know na lie. But at least he has something to show. Edo got 17 billion and yet the governor has not been able to complete a Kenwan road and the promised Gelegele seaport is a mirage. Although those one got 12 billion and yet nobody remembers the states
except the governor is campaigning for APC. Imo got 10 billion. Well, no wonder the governor hosted the president twice and is still looking for who to host. Abia got 5 billion. And now the Oshun Bridge, you call the Oshun center table, has been painted. And the governor now has turned into a modeling, wearing different attires with Wiki and others, while Lagos got 4 billion. Meanwhile, all these governors practice either Christianity or Islam, and the religion didn't teach them that as trustees of public funds, they are only accountable to the people and must use such funds judiciously and be accounted to all the people that they govern. Their education also didn't teach them that mismanaging such funds will spell doom for their future, the children unborn, and the future generation of their country or their state. But just imagine if the various regions had self-governance, same way they had different leadership governance process pre-colonial era, and such funds were collected as taxes from within. Nobody go fit chop all, because it is the sweat of all within, and all eyes go there on the money. Otherwise, if you try and people will carry cutlass. But today, we are told to concentrate our gaze at the center, which is far from all of us, even though when the central drops small thing, as they do consistently, we are never aware until they tell us, and by that time the money don't finish, just like this one had happened. I will therefore advocate that unless we develop and evolve our own leadership system, style alongside our peculiarity and historical traditional perspective, unique specifically to the region, devoid of these Western influences and practice and religion, we keep trying to grow what we do not understand and end up destroying what we already have, even the education we acquired, and our culture, and the said democracy that we are growing. Well, I know it sounds confusing, but a view of some of our previous episodes shown on your screen might throw more light on this topic. Remember, do what works for you and not what works for everybody, as you are not everybody. See you next week.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885, and then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. You know, I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, you know. So you want to, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating scenes, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and like I left genuinely, you know, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked, you know. So it's real, it's real. It's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
na ta mi ro gwe ure pe gwe wu e ma na ta mi ro gwe de pe wa wo le bile ko yin re you know go mi yan na dran de wuga lo wo lo iku do re we no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat, that the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we will settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses, barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries. Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan á sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ afẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sùkúù ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand, no good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okoagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torobami. Torobami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torobami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that break, spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during Otodogbame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We had at the sign. They signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these 3 agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshun, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshun tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Makoko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Makoko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Makoko. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Razaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us a say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 8 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Makoko is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to sign his own house here, and when we get some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places, when they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court. We complained. They said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, they not. We tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people you are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. So come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Morocco is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Morocco, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Morocco was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Morocco has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you for joining us on the newsroom. I am Simisola Adigun. The federal government has blamed state governors for the high rate of poverty in the country, adding that 72% of Nigeria's poor citizens are found in the rural areas, which have been abandoned by the governors. Minister of State for Budget and National Planning Clem Agba said this on Wednesday in Abuja while briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the meeting of the Federal Executive Council presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari, while accusing state governors of giving more thought to flyovers and airports than to improving conditions in rural areas. The minister said the federal government's social investment programs have not been as successful as expected owing to lack of cooperation from the state governors. The federal government has assured Nigerians that there is no plan to increase the price of premium motor spirits, better known as petrol. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority made this known in a statement released on Wednesday. General Manager, Corporate Communications Kimchi Apollo said the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited had imported PMS with current stock levels sufficient for 34 days, adding that the authority would continue to monitor the supply and distribution of petroleum products nationwide, especially during the holiday season. A High Court sitting in Minna, the Niger State capital, has issued a warrant of arrest for the Chief of Army Staff, General Farouk Yahaya, over contempt. The presiding judge, Justice Halima Abdulmalik, said the order followed upon hearing on motion or notice brought before the court in pursuant of Order 42, Rule 10 of the Niger State High Court Civil Procedure of 2018. Justice Abdulmalik ruled that the order is commuting Yahaya and Olabanji to be kept in Minna Correctional Custody for contentions of order of the court on October 12, 2022. The judge then adjourned the case to December 8 for continuation. Hong Kong's COVID-19 caseload on Thursday surged past the 10,000 mark for the first time since a previous rebound in infections in September, while the death toll in the past week rose by more than 40%. The city on Thursday recorded 10,137 coronavirus infections, the highest since September 10. Thursday's count included 606 imported cases, with 15 more deaths recorded, bringing the total tally to 2,128,382 infections and 10,762 fatalities. In business, Nigeria's free trade zones attracted over $46.6 billion investment into the nation's economy. Managing Director of the Nigeria Exports Processing Zones Authority, Adesoji Adesuba, and his counterpart from the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Tijani Kaura, made this known at the 30th anniversary of Free Trade Zone scheme in Nigeria on Wednesday in Abuja, while Adesuba said that the business enclaves harbor over 600 enterprises, providing 150,000 direct employment and an estimated 400,000 indirect employment. On his part, Kaura said oil and gas free trade zones attracted over 200 companies with over $16.6 billion. South Africa's ruling ANC party is set to hold an emergency talk on Thursday, the day after a report into scandal-hit President Cyril Ramaphosa paved the way for his possible impeachment. Pressure has mounted on the president after a special panel probing a burglary scandal at Ramaphosa's farm concluded that there was enough evidence to warrant a parliamentary debate on whether he should be removed. This is coming 2 weeks before the ANC holds its crucial conference where it is due to elect new leadership. The report has dealt a serious blow to Ramaphosa's re-election bid. Belgian Pro League side KRC Genk has disclosed it won't entertain any offers for forward Paul Onuachu in January 2023. Premier League club Aston Villa is reportedly set to table a bid for Onuachu during the winter transfer window for a fee of around 25 million euros. According to Belgian media, Genk is reluctant to allow the striker leave as they are chasing their first league title since 2019. Genk currently occupies top spot on the Belgian Pro League table with 46 points from 17 games. That's the latest on the newsroom. Join us next time for more stories. Thank you for watching.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught out the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they will use in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we gain like 100,000. They are using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Many thanks for joining us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has voted to increase the benchmark interest rate by 100 basis points to 16.5%, the highest since 2001. The CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, disclosed this while reading the communique of the last MPC meeting of the year on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. The MPC said the tightening would curb a higher rate of inflation and restore investors' confidence. To speak more on this development, Chijioke Ikechukwu, the Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited, thank you very much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the MPC's decision to raise interest rates to 16.5%?
Yeah, this rate was expected, and we also expected, I expected personally that CRR was going to be increased just because of the aftermath of the announcement of the redesign of Naira, and the fact that a lot of money was going to come into the system, and so they will want to reduce the money circulation by increasing the CRR. But that notwithstanding, the aspect of adjusting the MPR to meet with the current inflationary situation was actually expected, and that's what has happened. Now that it's happened, what we're going to be expecting is the fact that banks are going to be adjusting their rates, and their rates in the sense that people who have taken monies from banks are going to be receiving letters right now to adjust their rates upwards. And if that happens, that means money in they are going to be passing down that particular burden to ultimate consumers, because people, there are already facilities that are already in place by these commercial banks, and what that means is that they are going to ensure that monies actually will just get into circulation and reduce as the case may be. Yes. So if we expect this to happen, there is also the fact that this may actually trickle down to costs of production, because a lot of manufacturers are going to borrow money and going to ensure that things are done. So we expect that cost of production is going to increase, and that is going to obviously affect prices of goods and services.
Now, the CBN has increased MPR a couple of times this year. Do you see this move taming rising inflation, as the CBN governor has expressed?
Yes, there are a lot of other reasons of right now. However, there is also the flip side of it. The flip side is the fact that it is expected that investors are going to also, foreign direct investments are going to come in, because what it means is that you bring in your funds into the country, rates are going to be higher here. So even if you just liquidate any investment you have in other countries and bring it in, you're going to have a very better yield. So we're also expecting that direct foreign investments are going to come, and in fact, portfolio investments are also going to be here. And so these are some of the things we expect that to happen.
But beyond direct foreign investments, let's look at the manufacturing sector, which have, of course, over the past months voiced their concern about the CBN, increasing interest rates. So in real terms now, how do you think a rise of interest rates to over 16% will affect this sector?
Obviously, manufacturing sector is going to have an adverse effect of this increase. I can see that many of them may not be able to cope with the rising cost of production, which is actually an additional cost on an already high cost of production. Recall that we already have, high cost of power and energy. Buying of diesel has been out of the reach of an average manufacturing company. If they build, many of them will not be able to cope with the increasing cost of production. So what it may mean sometimes maybe that some of them may just close down shop and ask employees to just go home. But for some of them that are very resilient, they are going to adjust certain costs and reduce certain costs in other areas, and probably reduce their workforce in order for them to remain in business. For such also, we expect that they're going to pass down the cost to the ultimate consumers, who are you and I, and so and we continue to pay the higher price of existence in Nigeria. Of course, the quality of life and standard of living, quality of life is dropping, standard of living is getting high, and an average consumer is having to struggle for every purchase to be made. And this is actually part of the cost, the outcome of this kind of increase in interest rate.
Now, we've seen other global economies such as the UK raising interest rates, with the CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, saying as long as inflation keeps rising, the CBN will be left with no choice than to hike up interest rates. But is this just a textbook solution, or are there other avenues the Central Bank of Nigeria could explore to ensure that while interest rates are kept at minimal, inflation rate also doesn't skyrocket?
Yeah, one other way to ameliorate the burden without using just the monetary policy is just to also attempt to use the fiscal side, fiscal policy, and in fact the trade policy if need be. Having to say, okay, gentlemen, instead of you guys having to pay a lot for your goods and services, the fiscal policy is such that we are reducing your burden on taxation, and you're removing certain debts you're owing and things like that. So there could be certain things that may be done, but if we continue to follow the monetary side, monetary policy side, it's only natural that as far as the inflation rate continues to rise this way, it is given that the interest rate cannot be far lower than the inflation rate as we have seen it. So somehow there has to be that match to be able to remain in business.
Well, Chijioke Ikechukwu, Managing Director and CEO, Bristol Investments Limited. Thank you very much for your time and contribution. Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. Just stay with us. Welcome back.
The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has called on the Nigerian government to double value-added tax to 15% in the next 5 years from the current 7.5%. This is part of the recommendations offered by the staff of the Bretton Woods Institution at the conclusion of its 2022 Article 4 mission in Nigeria to help improve Nigeria's ailing economy. The IMF added that Nigeria can solve its issue of revenue by adjusting tax rates to levels comparable to the average in the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as compliance improves. To eliminate red tapeism, it also called for strengthening interagency coordination and data sharing. To speak more on this, Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. And thank you very much for joining us, Taiwo. What do you make of IMF's recommendation of a 15% increase in VAT?
Yeah, thanks. I think the conversation around increasing VAT rates has been on the table for some time now, especially by the IMF. They've always had the view that Nigeria's VAT rate is one of the lowest in the world, which on one hand is true, except that it may not exactly paint the right picture, because in many countries where you have the VAT rate at about 15%, you also have what we call the full input credit, such that when you buy assets in form of investment, you can get all the input VAT back. When you pay for services, you can recover your VAT. Essentially, the businesses don't bear a lot of the burden relating to VAT. Only the final consumers will do that. And then you have an extensive list of items that are exempt from VAT and those that are zero rated. In other words, the incidence of VAT does not fall on the poor people, it does not fall on businesses, and therefore is essentially carried by those who can afford to pay a little bit more. So that conversation around rates has to happen in Nigeria, if at all, along with the reform of the VAT system, so it's more transparent and affords full credit like the rest of the world. And the timing has to be right, because I have concerns that this time that inflation is rising and poverty, based on the recent data, multidimensional poverty is 133 million people. So it may not be the right time to start raising tax rates.
Now, how feasible is a VAT increase of 15%, especially when you consider Nigeria's current economy?
Yeah, you know, to increase tax rate just requires government to amend the law. So actually increasing the VAT rate itself is not a problem. Government will just amend the rate. But if what you mean by it, whether it's feasible, is whether Nigerians can afford it, it will still go back to the question about how it is designed. So if today you're asking the person who is able to afford a 5-star meal in a restaurant, where a plate of a meal will go for as high as 20,000 Naira, you ask them to pay 15% of that, by all means, I'm sure they can afford it. But if you have people who don't know where the next meal will come from, and then they are trying to just have, maybe a bottle of a drink or a loaf of bread, and then you ask them to pay more. They can't even now. They are struggling to survive. So they can't give what they don't have. So what would then happen in situations like that is to push more people into poverty, inflation rate will go up, and then you may have to deal with social crisis. I'm hoping that government will take all of that into account and be able to use data and evidence in making the decision such that it is right for Nigeria, not just what the IMF or any other institution is recommending to them.
Now, by recommending a VAT increase, what do you think the IMF is trying to help Nigeria achieve?
Of course, I think the IMF, they are trying to help. So I don't see anything wrong with their recommendations. It's for us as a country to receive that recommendation and look at it from the lenses of the issues we are dealing with, and localize it and see whether it's implementable, to what extent, and in what format or shape or structure. So what the IMF is trying to help Nigeria with is that Nigeria has very weak revenue, such that the budget deficit for 2023 is projected to be even more than the entire revenue of government. And once we get to that level with the rising interest rate and yields, it means that it will become more expensive for government to even borrow. And the more government borrows at higher rates, the more the pressure on debt service cost as a percentage of revenue, which is already extremely high. So if you think about that, you say, where can you make revenue from? And how can you save on wasteful spending? And that's where the conversation about removing first subsidy comes from and raising VAT comes from. All of this is to help Nigeria improve the fiscal space, which if it happens, everybody will benefit. Nigeria's sovereign credit rating would improve, which means banks and private sector can even borrow at lower rates, which is good and necessary for investment, expansion, creating jobs, and lifting people out of poverty. So the overall objective is noble. It's just a question of how do you get there in the most pain, I'll say less pain rather, in the most affordable manner that does not create too much dislocation and does not result into social crisis.
Before I let you go now, what must the government do to balance the situation in terms of getting the needed revenue, but at the same time and not placing more hardship on the people?
Yeah, so all those recommendations by the IMF are quite predictable. So if inflation is rising, the textbook solution is you keep increasing interest rate, right? But again, context and balance is always very important. Within the context of the Nigeria economy, you're not finding the same impact when you raise interest rates as you find in most countries. The reason being that the economy is largely cash-based. In the developed world, people have mortgages, they have credit cards, and once you start raising rates, you actually see their mortgage repayments go up significantly within a short period of time. They see on their credit card that for every $1 that they spend, the cost of that amount goes up, and then they start making adjustments as to their spending. And then once demand and all of those purchases reduce, then you start seeing inflation moderating. But we live in an environment where 1.3 million people are poor. They don't have discretionary spend. So these are people who are just surviving, trying to find what to eat. So I have a lot of the cash in the economy is outside of the banking system. So I don't think that continuing to raise interest rates will solve the problem, especially when the same central bank is giving trillions of naira to government in ways and means. So on one hand, you're trying to mop up money from circulation. You're trying to make it more expensive so that people want to save rather than spend. But you're also sending money to government to spend. So that doesn't help in a way. And, ultimately, if you think about how can government raise revenue without complicating the economic situation, I'll say the first one is we have a significant compliance gap when it comes to taxes. In my estimation, about 6 to 8% of GDP is being lost in tax evasion and aggressive avoidance. So government needs to use data and intelligence to try and bring everybody into the tax net to pay what they need to pay now, not to increase the rate, but just get everybody to comply. Because if you increase the rates, those who are trying to do the right thing, who are compliant, will bear an additional burden. And before you know it, they might even become uncompetitive to play in the market where other guys are doing the same business, but are not paying taxes. Another one is harmonization. Today, you have over 63 MDAs, that's government-owned enterprises, that are trying to collect one form of tax and levies here and there. With high cost of collection, some of them using consultants, and a lot of inefficiency and sometimes waste and corruption. So why can't we just harmonize the taxes so that only Federal Inland Revenue Service collects all the taxes and levies for government and government agencies? That way they can bring the cost of collection down. Government can harmonize the taxes so they are not 60-something different taxes. They are less than 10. So there are things we can do, in my view, to raise tax revenue without necessarily introducing new taxes or increasing the rate of existing ones, which in my view is like the easy solution that government is trying to do instead of doing the hard work.
Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. And it's a wrap on the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. See you next time.
Hello, thanks for joining me on another edition of your #1 sports business show, Sport Exchange. My name is Jide Olanero, and today it's going to be an exciting one because we will be talking to FIFA. Yeah, yes. Anyway, we'll be looking at what FIFA has got to show for the last 1 year. Yeah, in the build-up to the FIFA World Cup, and the FIFA president has been the cynosure of all eyes, and he said so many things, and because football is big business and it is also a money spinning one for that matter, we will be looking at some of the things that the FIFA president is looking at as far as football is concerned. But before we get to that, on our dugout segment, we will take the news first. And that will be after this timeout. Don't go away. Welcome back, straight to news, and we're starting from FIFA. FIFA has generated record revenues of $7.5 billion during the 4-year commercial cycle leading up to the Qatar 2022 World Cup. The soccer global governing body confirmed to media in Qatar that it had sold out all sponsorship packages for the tournament. The revenue figure eclipses the previous high set during the Russia 2018 World Cup by more than $1 billion, and comes after the organization added YouTube, Visit Las Vegas, and Fine Hygienic Holding to the regional third-tier supporter category. And we move on, still talking about FIFA and the World Cup. Several Qatar 2022 sponsors have brought up contractual concerns with FIFA following its late decision to ban alcohol from stadiums during the World Cup, according to The Guardian newspaper. Under the direction of Qatari authorities, Soccer Global governing body was forced to initiate a late U-turn on alcohol sales at match venues. This is said to have initiated crisis talks with Anheuser-Busch InBev, which owns Budweiser and has a $75 million contract for the World Cup, which included branded stalls for beer sales at the tournament's venues. There are reports suggesting that Budweiser will demand FIFA knocks off £40 million from the fee the brewer paid to be tournament's official beer supplier. I'm still moving on now. Fox has denied its sponsorship agreement with Qatar Airways for its coverage of the 2020 FIFA World Cup, included complimentary flights for its production staff, following criticism that its broadcast of the opening game ignored many of the controversial issues surrounding the tournament. Conversation in the build-up to Qatar 2022 has been dominated by the country's human rights record, its treatment of migrant workers, and its suitability as a host for the event. Focus has narrowed on the host in recent days amid the abrupt decision to ban alcohol from stadiums and FIFA warning players who wore a One Love armband in support of the LGBT+ community would receive a yellow card. Viewers on Fox, which has the English language rights to the tournament in the US, noted that none of these issues were mentioned during its coverage of the opening match between Qatar and Ecuador. However, The Guardian notes that the channel did air an interview with the Secretary General of the organizing committee, Hassan Al-Tawadi, without mentioning the controversies, while also praising various elements of the tournament, including air conditioning and catering. Away from FIFA and the World Cup, the recent collapse of the FTX exchange, which counts some significant rights holders among more than 1 million individual creditors, will permanently alter the cryptocurrency sector's relationship with the sports industry. Coming in the wake of the similar funding issues amid the so-called crypto winter, the collapse of FTX potentially marks the end of a short but lucrative association between the world of sports and cryptocurrency firms. The rush from rights holders to sign deals with brands in the cryptocurrency space once looked like it could fill the sponsorship hole being created by tighter regulation on the betting industry. A senior executive at a major sport marketing firm has told Sport Pro Media, on the condition of anonymity, that cryptocurrency brands are not going anywhere, but there will now be a lack of confidence from the sports industry in doing deals with them. Going forward, there looks to be heightened scrutiny even on the firms that have shown good business practices up to this point. And finally, Formula One has announced the launch of Formula One Academy, an all-female support series aimed at developing drivers to compete at the highest levels of motorsport. The series will begin racing in 2023 and consist of 5 teams, which will be run by existing Formula 2 and Formula 3 outfits. 3 cars will be entered by each team to make a 15-car grid. The inaugural season is planned to have a 7 event of 3 races each, amounting to a total of 21 races, with 1 round likely to be in support of a Formula One Grand Prix. The full 2023 calendar will be revealed in due course. And that's the news beat. We'll go on a break again, and when I return, it will be the dugout segment where we'll be having the FIFA president.
Fantastically finished.
Yes, the world is celebrating the biggest football fiesta, and that is in Qatar, the Middle East. As the world celebrates that particular festival, the FIFA president Gianni Infantino has been in the eyes of the storm. Of course, there are stories about human rights, there are stories about bribery, there are stories about values clashing. And now we will have the man himself open up on so many things. And this is the dugout segment where Gianni Infantino will be talking to the world. All right, we're starting with this, about what Gianni Infantino feels about the clashes of culture, looking at the fact that the world preaches inclusion, but feel otherwise about the way Qatar is going about it. This is what Gianni Infantino has to say about the values being kept by FIFA and the world.
It is good to stick to our values, and the most important value for us is that we are 211, and every one of us is the same. We are united with all our differences, with all our cultures, religions, whatever, but we are one. We are 211 who form one team only, and we have to stick to these values, protecting them, saying sometimes a few things, and then focusing, of course, again, to what is most important to us, which is football. I would like to simply say as well at the outset that the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, will have, as you know, over 3 million spectators in the stadiums. We'll have 5 billion people watching the World Cup from home, so more than half of the world population will partly stand still, certainly in certain countries, but globally watching the spectacle that the players, the referees, everyone will bring to all the society. And we need, after the pandemic, moments where we can bring people together, because football unites the world. And this will simply be the best World Cup ever.
Okay, next we go to the financials. Football is a money-spinning sport, and it's good to hear from Gianni Infantino that FIFA has made about 7.5 billion US dollars in revenue, even though they've had to make expenses, that is expenditure of 6.5 billion US dollars, I beg your pardon. But they are not resting on their laurels. They are planning to make more and invest into the game. Let's listen to Gianni Infantino on what he says about how FIFA is making the money.
I would like to start with some financials about finance and solidarity to assure you, as I did already at the last Congress and as I do at every Congress, that FIFA is actually doing great. Our accounts are presenting very significant figures, and I can tell you now that whilst the budget of this four-year cycle, which ends on the 31st of September, was of 6.44 billion US dollars, the revenue that we have been able to generate in this four-year cycle, in spite COVID, in spite different crises around the world, is of, or will be, because it will be at the end of the year, of about 7.5 billion US dollars. So over 1 billion more than what was budgeted, which was already higher than the revenues we had in the previous four-year cycle. When it comes to the expenses, because not only did we increase our revenues by over 1 billion, when it comes to the expenses, we have been able to reduce them. And instead of the budgeted 6.34 billion, we have had expenses only for 6.24 billion, with a potential outcome of 6.5, because we will make and agree already in this cycle to some additional investments, such as development programs and the like, which will be presented to you as well later on by Arsene Wenger and Jill Ellis. So this means, all in all, with 7.5 billion revenues and 6.5 billion expenses, solidarity payments, tournament organization costs, and so on, we will have basically a net result of 1 billion. 1 billion which we can again invest in football immediately, starting from now and for the next cycle, to make football grow even more around the world. So I would like to simply congratulate all of you, because these results are the results of the work that all of you are doing. It is very important in this particular situation to be able to present such amazing figures. Congratulations to all of you, congratulations to the Finance Committee, to the administration, to everyone, because I think it is really well done.
Okay, up next is the investment in the revenue made by FIFA. There is over 2 billion, yes, around for FIFA to play with, and they are planning on investing it back into football. Football actually made that money, so football should enjoy the money made. Over $2 billion to invest back into the game. Yes, you need to listen to Gianni Infantino explain the way they will be investing this.
And because we are doing so well, of course, we can invest more in our forward program, in our development program. And the global amount that we are investing in the next 4-year cycle for football development increases actually as well. So from 1.75 billion to 2.25 billion. This is an increase compared to the Forward 2.0, so the previous cycle, of 29%. And this is before the 1 billion additional net result that we can show today. So there's certainly more to come in terms of football development. Concretely, and it's important, it's interesting to show this every now and again, this means for every association that instead of the $250,000 a year that you were receiving only in 2015, so before my election in 2016, today every association around the world receives $2 million every year as a minimum. So we increased the solidarity program, the solidarity payments, by a factor of 7 in 7 years. Our revenues didn't multiply by 7, they went up a little bit, but simply money does not disappear anymore in FIFA. Money goes where it has to go, and it goes in football development. So instead of 250,000 a year, 2 million a year, and this is the minimum, because of course, in addition to that, there is the travel compensation and the kit compensation for those associations who need it most, and there will be now as well the talent development program on top of all of this. So concretely, you can see the figures, 8 million per association for the cycle, plus 1.2 million for the travel and equipment contributions, 60 million for the confederations, and 5 million for the zones or regional confederations. Again, a significant increase compared to what was the case before. These are the proposals which, of course, will be submitted and hopefully then as well approved.
I'm still talking about the FIFA president and how he is taking the stakeholders through how FIFA is developing the game as well as spending the money. We will go next to the plan to invest in women football. They say the future of the game is feminine, and now there are plans to invest in women football. Women football is breaking records and needs more attention. So Gianni Infantino is also talking about that.
And we have to focus as well, of course, on women's football. We are at the eve of the Men's World Cup, but women's football is a top priority for all of us, and we have invested a lot in the last few years. 1 billion in the last 4 years, specifically dedicated to women's football. And we can see that today, 85% of our member associations, of all of you, have a women's football strategy in place, have teams in place, have leagues in place, have youth competitions in place. And this is exactly what we want. We need to work on the 15% remaining, and I'm sure at the next Congress we will be at 100%. On governance matters, because this is also important, we have to focus on the financials, we have to focus on solidarity, we have to focus, obviously, on governance. If we wouldn't focus on governance, we wouldn't be able to invest so much in solidarity and in competitions.
There is a new innovation. FIFA talked so much about how the system of transfer or transfer of players, the movement of players is so, it's filled with bottlenecks. And there are a lot of clarity that is needed to make sure that the business of the movement of players is clear to all, transparent, and that has to do with the issue of governance in football. And the FIFA clearinghouse is there now. It's just launched. The FIFA just launched the FIFA clearinghouse, which is for the exchange of players, transfer, money made by every stakeholder in this process. So FIFA is telling us about what you need to know about what they call the Solidarity Fund as well. So listen to Gianni on this.
So we have created, as you know, and it went live 4 days ago, the FIFA Clearing House. The FIFA Clearing House is this place where transfer payments will go through in order to be paid to the different clubs. We start with training compensations, meaning that clubs have now to pay training compensations and solidarity mechanism through this clearinghouse, and we will make sure that it goes to the clubs who train the players. As you know, today, the reality is that every year clubs pay, acquiring clubs pay around 70 million for the training clubs. In reality, they should pay around 400 million, but this doesn't happen because of how the system is constructed. With this new system, with this FIFA clearinghouse, from one day to the next, as of 4 days ago, we can make sure that every dollar which has to go into training of clubs will go effectively into the training of clubs, meaning that every year all clubs training players in all of your associations all over the world will receive, instead of 70 million, 400 million US dollars, which is the percentage of the global transfer fees. So this is very important when it comes to making sure that there is transparency, there is integrity, and there is clarity in these money flows, and that small clubs who don't have maybe the means to pay a lawyer, to go and call and go to court to get the money from those clubs who don't pay, will automatically receive this money through this FIFA clearing house.
The next one has to do with regulation of the transfer market itself. There is the regulation of all that is involved. The player on the one side, the agents, and the club. There is so much opacity in that process, and there's so much issues around it. That's why FIFA has had to intervene on a number of occasions. And there are times that some of those issues have gone global. So what is FIFA doing to make sure that this particular process is well regulated, that everybody will have to enjoy the labor or their labor? Let's listen to Gianni Infantino talk about that too.
We have in the last year as well adopted several transfer system reforms, for example on the loans of players, on youth football, on women's football, and of course as well on coaches, which were not regulated so far. It seems bizarre, but it is the case. Now also coaches are regulated. And the next one coming up is the players' agents. The regulation is ready and it will come up later this year.
And also finally, before we go, Gianni Infantino talks about gender equality and gender opportunity has been presented by football. And we talk about how there will be opportunity for all, women, men football, and the youth as well, because there is so much to be done to make sure that as the game is developing, everybody is enjoying and benefiting from what the game has had to offer. This is what Gianni Infantino has to say about that.
Our main task, though, our main objective, of course, of all of us is to organize competitions. This World Cup is the pinnacle. The Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup are the pinnacles. And we are, of course, engaging with everyone, with all confederations, with all associations. And we made real progress in this respect, and we will come out soon, hopefully with some important announcements there. But I really feel that we have a united front because we all share the same views. We want more youth competitions, so the under-17 will or should be played every year instead of every 2 years, and we have to increase the number of participants to give more chances for participations. We have to think, when it comes to women's football, on a Women's Club World Cup as well, because clubs are the basis of football, and we need to foster that as well at a global level. We need to think about the Olympic Games, why the men's competition has 16 teams and the women only 12. Why can the women not also have 16 teams in the Olympic Games? So these are topics that we will have to discuss and bring on the table. Some decisions are with us, others, when it comes to the Olympic Games, of course, are with the International Olympic Committee. When it comes to men's football as well, we need to see how can we make sure that there are more matches between countries of different confederations. We have some good ideas that we will obviously present to all of you in this respect, again with the collaboration and unity of everyone involved. And then the Club World Cup, which also for the men's competitions has to become a real big, important Club World Cup, giving real chances to more teams from all over the world to participate in a global competition. So this is all very much work in progress to make sure that we don't have more games, but we have more relevant games, more important games, more games between countries and clubs of different confederations, so a better balance in this respect. And we have always to make sure, I'm sure that everyone in this room agrees on that, when you speak about FIFA tournaments, we need to have the best of the world participating in these events and tournaments. So, in conclusion of this address, simply to say again, thank you to everyone. I just wanted to show you in a few minutes that we have been working in the last 7-8 months since the last Congress. We have been preparing not only for the World Cup, but also making sure that FIFA is more stable and solid than ever, sure that you are proud of FIFA as we are, and remembering always that football unites the world. Again, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you once again to your house, to our house in Doha, to celebrate football, to celebrate the World Cup, to celebrate unity, and to enjoy and have fun. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for joining me on this edition. Thanks to Gianni Infantino also for reaching out through this program. I want to believe, and I believe that you, if you are a stakeholder in the game of football, you've heard from Gianni Infantino as football business is growing and how we need to do everything to make sure that we grow the game, and not only that, the game also benefits the grassroots, benefits our local markets wherever you're watching from. So I wish you all the best, and let the game begin as it has already started in Qatar, and we will keep following it and we'll enjoy it till the end. Till I come your way next time, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, and of the future in sports business, Jide Olaniran.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome again to the newsroom. I'm Simisola Adigun. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has said that no administration since the beginning of the current political dispensation in 1999 has done more than the President Muhammadu Buhari administration in supporting states with financial interventions. The minister said this at the 6th edition of the PMB Administration Scorecard Series of 2015 to 2023, launched in October to showcase the numerous achievements of the Buhari administration. The minister added that most of the states would have been plunged into serious socio-economic crisis with dire consequences for the country, if not for the president, who lent a helping hand without discrimination. Nyangekwa of the Federal High Court in Abuja has affirmed Oladipupo Adebutu as the winner of the Ogun State governorship primary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, after dismissing a suit by Jimmy Lawal for lacking reliable and credible evidence. Delivering judgment, Justice Ekwo described Lawal as a spoiler, having joined the PDP in March from the All Progressives Congress (APC) and participated in governorship primaries held in May. The court also held that the delegates list which Lawal challenged is the same list approved by the PDP and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), which was used during the primaries, which Adebutu emerged as the candidate of the party. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project (SERAP) has threatened legal action against President Muhammadu Buhari-led federal government over the arrest of Aminu Mohammed, a student of Federal University in Dutse, Katsina, over a tweet he made regarding wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. Following his tweet, Mohammed was allegedly taken to Aso Rock, where he was tortured and has been arraigned in court. Serap, while describing Mohammed as a prisoner of conscience, asked the federal government to end the sham trial and called for his immediate and unconditional release of the students. Less than 24 hours after violent protests in Guangzhou over the strict zero-COVID policy, China is softening its tone on the severity of the COVID-19 and has begun easing some coronavirus restrictions, even as its daily case toll hovers near record highs after anger over the world's toughest curbs fueled protests across the country. Authorities in at least 7 districts of the sprawling manufacturing hub north of Hong Kong have also announced they were lifting temporary lockdowns. The recent demonstrations mark the biggest show of civil disobedience in mainland China since President Xi Jinping took power a decade ago, as the economy is set to enter a new era of much slower growth than seen in decades. The House of Representatives has approved payment of various sums totaling 308 billion naira to 194 companies who filed claims under the promissory notes program of the federal government. This is based on the recommendation of the House Committee on Commerce on the approval of a promissory note program to settle outstanding claims in respect of the Export Expansion Grant of 2007 to 2009, which the Chamber considered and adopted at plenary on Wednesday. The Federal Executive Council had approved the disbursement of the money to exporters in the form of the notes, which would become effective after the ratification by the National Assembly. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, says it will try to set up a specialized court backed by the United Nations to investigate and prosecute possible war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. Ukraine has been pushing for the creation of a special tribunal to prosecute Russian military and political leaders it holds responsible for starting the war. Meanwhile, Russia, which calls its action in Ukraine as a special military operation, has denied targeting civilians and other war crimes. Table tennis quartet Taiwo Mati, Muiz Adegoke and Mustafa and Samuel Boboye will play no part in this month's World Youth Championships. The tournament will serve off in Tunisia from December 4 to 11, 2022. Meanwhile, NTTF President Ishaku Tukon, who ruled the withdrawal, said the Federation had written to the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development in October about the championship and made several visits to the ministry to secure funds. That's it on the newsroom at this time. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigo. Bye for now.
Nigeria would have been far developed if we didn't abandon our traditional government for an unknown one. This is not democracy. With the 2023 general election just a few weeks away, have consistently listened to campaigns and insults and wonder if democracy is indeed created for the development of Nigeria. Before the advent of this Western-style democracy, our various ethnic groups had their peculiar way of leadership selection processes. The Igbo people had their peculiar traditional family leadership way of selecting their leaders. The Yoruba had a much more advanced democratic style of selection process, while the Hausas and Fulanis also evolved a system peculiar to them. To other tribes. But we completely jettison those processes and procedures when we embrace the Western-style religion and democracy that we hardly understand. Until date, we are still struggling to grow waiting we don't understand. The Chinese man copied the Western style but retained their leadership process and culture and even their own style of governance. Same for Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the Dubai that we want to run to now. Even India is still far better than us. But today, our copied democracy, rather than bringing us together, has further divided us. If it is the turn of the North, it will be the turn of the South. then the person will be, is he a core northerner or peripheral northerner? Is he a northern Christian or a northern Muslim? Nobody talks about competence. If it's then the south, then you ask, is it south-south, southeast, or southwest? Is he a Christian? Which denomination? The last governor was a Catholic. So this one must be a Pentecostal Anglican. No, it was Imo that produced the last person. Now it must be Anambra, even though they are all Igbos. The next question will be, how come Lagos that produced the speaker is he producing the vice? But they are both Yorubas. And nobody in all of this remember the Alika, Ogun, Ifa, or Amadioha worshippers. Yet, all these people are Christians. Yet, most states cannot account for all of the 450 billion naira, 13% derivation as standing fund paid to Niger Delta State recently by President Buhari. Delta State got 142 billion naira and roads in Delta cannot be called road. Yet the governor is still borrowing. Akwa Ibom got 91 billion and most of the indigenes are still unemployed and riding Okada and house helps in other states. Bayelsa got 87 billion and has remained a glorified village. Rivers State got 83 billion and the governor claimed he spent all building bridges, even though we know na lie. But at least he has something to show. Edo got 17 billion and yet the governor has not been able to complete a Kenwan road and the promised Gelegele seaport is a mirage. Although those one got 12 billion and yet nobody remembers the states except the governor is campaigning for APC. Imo got 10 billion. Well, no wonder the governor hosted the president twice and is still looking for who to host. Abia got 5 billion and now the Oshun Bridge, you call the Oshun center table, has been painted. And the governor now has turned into a modeling, wearing different attires with Wiki and others, while Lagos got 4 billion. Meanwhile, all these governors practice either Christianity or Islam, and the religion didn't teach them that as trustees of public funds, they are only accountable to the people and must use such funds judiciously and be accounted to all the people that they govern. Their education also didn't teach them that mismanaging such funds will spell doom for their future, the children unborn, and the future generation of their country or their state. But just imagine if the various regions had self-governance, same way they had different leadership governance process pre-colonial era, and such funds were collected as taxes from within, nobody go fit chop all because it is the sweat of all within, and all eyes go there on the money. Otherwise, if you try and people will carry cutlass. But today, we are told to concentrate our gaze at the center, which is far from all of us, even though when the central drops small thing, as they do consistently, we are never aware until they tell us, and by that time the money don't finish, just like this one had happened. I will therefore advocate that unless we develop and evolve our own leadership system, styled alongside our peculiarity and historical traditional perspective, unique specifically to the region, devoid of these Western influences and practice and religion, we keep trying to grow what we do not understand and end up destroying what we already have, even the education we acquired and our culture and the said democracy that we are growing. Well, I know it sounds confusing, but a view of some of our previous episodes shown on your screen might throw more light on this topic. Remember, do what works for you and not what works for everybody, as you are not everybody. See you next week.
The Oshun Oshogbo Sacred Grove in Oshogbo, Oshun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Oshun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Oshun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Oshogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Oshun Oshogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Oshun River, just outside the city of Oshogbo, Oshun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that this is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one would be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Oshogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ikpole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikpole looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ikpole is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma Darewolo, you have broken my time, but 84 Kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered. Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo rora, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Oshun dwell here. You cannot stay with Oshun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Oshun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Makoko, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the art with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigenes that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Oshogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Oshun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional carving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Oshun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Oshun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Oshun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Oshun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is a site of Oshun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have a challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is this standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Oshun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Oshun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Oshun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
On this special episode dedicated to one of the most essential premarital questions asked, we will be examining that particular question that can only solidify or thwart a marital journey. I am Mr. Adolf and you're within the four walls. Take a look at the green board. We will be doing with the classwork an examination where we will lead to the preface of the topic which says marriage and credentials. But right now, let's see the latest happening in the Nigerian education sector. The Ondo State government has said that it has become an offense for any teacher in the state public schools to enroll their children in private schools. The head press and Information Services of the State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, in a statement in Akure, explained that government was worried over the situation despite its huge investment in public school sector. Now, this news is what I will be calling a special guest sometime to discuss why Ondo State is taking this step. We'll take a short break. When we come back, our special guest will be joining us to discuss marriage and credentials. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Marriage and marital considerations have always begun with cultural, psychological, economic, and legal demands. Yet, the discussion on the academic qualifications of spouses are deeply considered, but will never be admitted publicly. Four Walls is set to x-ray why education attainment of spouses are so critical these days. To discuss this, I'm now being joined by two special guests, Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert, and Adiola Odufuwa, a food engineer. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Good evening, everybody. My name is Uche. Nice to be here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adiola.
Great to have you on the show. Now, let's start off with understanding why it is now very important for spouses to begin to consider how educated, how qualified, how many credentials their spouses need to have before they go into marriage. Let me start with the lady. Adiola, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so it's very important that the man is as educated as I am, even if not necessarily to the same level, but he has to have a certain basic level of education. I don't want to get married to someone who cannot help with case assignments, someone who I cannot brainstorm with, someone who I cannot share ideas with. I don't want an empty head for your husband. It's basic. So he needs to have a certain level of formal education. Without that, it's a no-no.
Uche, she just said something that it has to be basic education at least. Somebody who is... Would you fall in love with a lady and to get married, would you consider level of education as a man?
I would consider it, but I would consider it as secondary, because basically you are looking at somebody who is actually compatible. Then if she has educational qualification, then is a plus. I look at the educational aspect from the point of economic situation of Nigeria. I've gotten to the point where everybody has actually chipped in. So if she's more qualified, it means it gives her that privilege to actually get a job and be able to earn more and be able to chip into the economy or the finance of the house. Then secondly, you actually don't want to marry somebody that you will get married to, and probably if you are incapacitated, probably a businessman, the person can't even balance the books or can't run the business. So you need somebody that actually has the basic educational qualification to be able to handle day-to-day activity of a company.
Okay.
So I think that's why people actually go for that.
Okay, this is getting interesting, because education, for example, it has to do with several levels. For example, if you I'm talking to you, Uche, right now, with your university degree, and you're looking at the spouse now, who is going to be your wife, to have possibly an NCE or something slightly lower as we usually consider it. Would that matter to you when choosing?
It definitely matters. I can't imagine myself marrying somebody who can't actually have even NCE. Not having NCE or not having WAEC means you can't literally read and write. Although some people are self-taught, but what we're looking at is we're looking at people who are actually educated formally. If you have the formal education, it means you can actually be able to communicate. Having NCE means you can actually relate to some level of me when I'm talking to you. But if you can have BSc, Masters, it's even better. It's more preferable, because some people actually takes time for them to actually grasp and understand what you are saying. And having that educational exposure actually plays a key part.
All right. Adiola, let me come to you with this. You are a woman. I understand that the modern women these days believe that it has to be sometimes 50-50. I don't know if you believe in that school of thought. Now, if you are that kind of a woman who wants to continue that marital journey with a man, and it's going to be 50-50, then considering credentials, considering educational background and all of that has to be something of importance. What do you make of your husband's educational background where it has to be 50-50?
Okay, so the point is, in as much as he's educated, he has basic understanding of how to communicate and how to run events, how to run a business and stuff. It is good enough. Fair enough. It doesn't matter even if it's MC or it's a teacher's training college certificate, because we all know that there are so many graduates who cannot even reason. They're not intellectually sound. So it's not about the degree that the person is holding. It's about the person himself. If it could probably be one of all these not so blue collar jobs, and then he has a formal education, maybe SSC or NC or something. But if he is able to project well and is open to learning, and he has an open mind, vast knowledge, it's good to go. It's not until he has a master's.
Excuse me, let me bring it clearer.
Okay.
Being able to communicate with you, being able to understand, being open to learning, it is one thing. The economic aspect of it, because you need to be highly placed to earn enough to satisfy the woman and make the marriage run smoothly. Remember that communication and all of that, love and so on, it's not the only thing that keeps the marriage running.
Yes, I know that, and I do not disagree with it. But the point is this: there's many graduates that do 30,000 naira jobs. It's not about what you studied; it's about what you have in your head, what you can offer. So there's some people who probably didn't go to university, but they have so much to offer a company or a business. Take for example, these tech guys these days. Not all of them are university graduates. You could have an NC and then you go, you take CCNA courses, you take web design, you take all of those courses, and you're more highly placed than a computer graduate, a computer engineering or computer science graduate. So it is what you have to offer. I need to know what is in his head, what is he bringing to the table. I don't want someone who has a master's and his master's is already redundant. He cannot break forth, branch into new fields. No, that's the basic thing. It has to be open.
Let me pan to Uche quickly. Uche, I understand that you're a married man.
I am.
You have a family, a growing family. Now, before your marriage, did it ever cross your mind that you could possibly end up with a woman who is earning perhaps 2 times, 3 times more than you, who is far more educated and more exposed than you? Did it cross your mind? And if it did, what were your calculations and resolution?
First of all, earning power was never part of my calculation, but it crossed my mind that I could be marrying somebody who is actually more educated, in the sense that the person could be actually more qualified, having masters or PhD or what have you. It might even shock you that my wife is even more qualified. But being qualification on paper is different thing as being exposed and being able to reason well.
Reason well, what do you mean exactly?
Reason well in the sense that you need to actually train yourself to that point of being able to understand every level. I mean, part of being educated is not even just about solving the mathematics. It's part of you understanding how to reason. Let's say, as I am now, I have trained myself in a way that I can communicate with even somebody who has a BSc, a PhD, or even somebody with NCE, and they won't get offended. All I need to do is just switch in and bring myself to that level. So I thought if I'm going to marry somebody who is actually more qualified, what I need to do is actually step up my game. You know, I'm able to actually be at her level so I can actually understand what she's saying. And by so doing, we can actually reason well. Because you tend to see there's a communication gap when you have somebody who is way, way, way advanced educationally and the husband is actually laid back. So when the woman is talking something else, the man is thinking something else. Let me give you an example. There was one example one of our lecturers those days used to give. He said, before I will allow my son marry a woman, I will first of all ask for the woman's credential. I don't want to have children they will give birth to children that will look like their mothers, and when it comes around, they will start speaking nonsense. That's what I'm talking about. Is a professor, by the way, the first professor in mathematics in my school, by the way.
Okay, let me paint a little picture and make it more vivid for you. If you have a wife who is more educated, more exposed, perhaps had studied in a foreign country, and she has a job in one of the highest paying firms. Now, when it comes to domestic conversations, there are certain things she would bring in within the conversation that could puncture the ego of a man. I am not saying that this is eminent, but then it can come up. And the psychological aspect in it can be that she is relegating you to the background, because based on decision making, perhaps for travels and all of that, you could see that you might not be able to afford certain trips, and she is going to afford them and make the decisions how the trip is going to go. What do you do in that situation if it happens?
I told you, first of all, you have to build yourself, build capacity.
With what?
By reading books and exposing yourself, understanding people. See, most people who actually have inferiority complex, it was out of not having self-confidence. If you have self-confidence and know who you marry, then you shouldn't be more particular when issues come up. You shouldn't look at issues as, oh, is it because you're educated more than me? Look at issue dispassionately and look at issue factually, so you can be able to tackle them. Not, oh, is it because you are now more educated than me? No, that shouldn't always come. That's you having inferiority complex. And how you deal with it is by actually exposing yourself way beyond what you have learned in the 4 walls of the university. So if you have somebody who has gone to the, to overseas to actually study, and I am here in Nigeria, it doesn't stop me from reading books abroad. It doesn't stop me from actually watching films and learning and asking people what, and so I can actually prepare myself for that marriage.
All right,
so,
let's take a listen to what a woman is going to say, because she is right here, and from the women's perspective, I think she's going to represent. What do you feel, Adiola, if you're in a situation where your husband is the one that is mega educated, highly exposed, from that background that can sponsor education to the highest level, and perhaps as a wife, you don't have all that merit? How are you going to navigate through that marriage and have everything balanced with your background, your educational attainment and all?
So one thing I've come to notice from what I've seen around is no matter how versed you even tend to be, once one of the partners is ahead, there are always certain times when there are always slight issues where one party is making reference to the other party's low level or thereabouts. But you know, the thing is, once the person knows that, if he's thinking, he feels that he has a PhD and then I have just a first degree, but he sees that I can relate on that level of the PhD, even before he brings the suggestions, I bring them to him. You know, what I see that happens most times to ladies is they want to sell fine face, but there's nothing in the head. They just want to sell beauty without brains. So I would really like to challenge my gender, as we popularly say these days, that equip yourself to be better. It's not just the beautiful face and the figure that we have to offer. What do you have to offer intellectually? I might just have a first degree, like I stated earlier, equip myself with professional courses. And it might be something that even he that has a PhD doesn't understand. So it's basic that you're open to learning, you're good at improving yourself.
Okay, open to learning, good with improving yourself and so on. In a situation where your husband now is not so learned and he is not open to the learning, and you love to learn, you're open to it and so on. Now it's another angle to which you would be struggling in that marriage. A husband that is typically, most people would explain it this way, an African man, and you are the modern, urbanized, educated, highly exposed and so on. Where do you place education, that exposure in your marriage in order not to alter the relationship that is perhaps going on beautifully?
Okay, so I would say that no relationship will exist if he's not open to learning. I wouldn't waste my time.
Then the man is not ready to learn. The man perhaps had felt that, oh, I'm traditionally trained, I can earn my money.
Yes.
What?
No, it doesn't happen like that.
Do you know that most, let me not say most African men mostly believe that what a woman needs is the pampering. What a woman needs is to bring money home and so on. So whatever question are concerning credentials, education, being open to learning, shouldn't bother you, shouldn't bother us in this marriage. If it is happening.
Oh, okay, I'll say maybe to a certain breed of ladies, or to a certain sect of ladies, but definitely not to all. I really believe so much in the power of what a woman can do. And I feel that a woman's place should not be relegated to the kitchen or to the house running chores. So for that, if he doesn't understand the fact that I have a passion for that, there's no benchmark, there's nothing, because I believe marriage is all about sacrifice. So if he is not ready to sacrifice certain things that he believes are the norm, if we already have issues while dating or while we're seeing each other, then I shouldn't proceed into marriage, because it's going to be a hell of a trouble.
Okay.
So there's really no point there.
Okay, before we take a short break, I want Uche to quickly tell us how true this is. Uche, would you be able to support your fiancé in education before marriage, financially?
Definitely. But I would do it guidedly. You know, if I'm going to support her to go to any education, it won't be her going there and staying in the hostel. So she will
quickly tell us more before we go on that short break.
She will likely be staying close to me or even with me. So because if you actually, you know, the both of us have actually gone to school and we've seen what some, not all, some married women do. So I will want her to actually catch up brain-wise, but I wouldn't want to lose her, because if she go to the university, she might see somebody even better. And you know, most undergraduates already have time. So they will invest time plus good looking and all that. So I will not want her to be tempted in that sort, but I will support her. Why not? I will support her.
Well, we'll come back after the short break. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Still with me is Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert and a food engineer, Adiola Adufuwa. This is Forward, and we are talking about marriage and credentials. So Adiola, before we went on short break, you heard what Uche said, that, well, that sounded like a man who is a little bit insecure, but then I wouldn't blame him. What do you make of what he just said? Do you think it is important? For example, you have a younger brother who you need to advise towards his marriage, and you find out that he's sponsoring his fiancée in school. What would you say or do?
Okay, so it's two ways. I'd advise him to prepare himself two ways. It's either she comes back refined to him, or she goes with someone else. Because so many times, I had colleagues who were married while in school, and I knew what happened to some of them. Some of them were still loyal and faithful, but a lot of them, really, the temptations that come around, they are unable to stay on.
All right.
But then, that is married people. So don't see that they are just engaged. Yes. Anything can happen. Engagements can be broken. So it is better that I support him, that you're close by, you can monitor. Even with the monitoring, you can still lose your fiancé. So.
Okay, so we are going to do a grading, but before we start with the grading, let us quickly get this perspective cleared. Uche, first and foremost, what advice would you give young men who are planning to settle down, in case someone who is ready to settle down and someone who they're in love with, it's not so educated and time is running out? What would you advise that young man to do?
If the person they're getting married to is not educated?
Yes. And time is running out. There is no time.
First of all, does the woman check all the boxes? Can she communicate with you? Is she the type that is willing to learn? It's not even about going to university or going to the 4-1s. Is she willing to teach herself? Is she willing to learn from you? If she's somebody who can easily be taught, why not? When she checks other lists, why not? You can go ahead with the person and marry the person. But just like what my co-guest said, if the person is not willing to learn, I mean, you can only force the horse to the river. You can't force the horse to drink water. It would be a no-no for me.
All right, Adiola, in preparing for marriage, what would you advise a young woman to do? Because in as much as we believe that the man is the head of the family, of course, the woman is said to be the homemaker. What advice would you give to a homemaker, well, a ready-to-be homemaker?
Advice is that she should bring something else to the table aside from her beauty. It is enough. We have enough situations where ladies are just getting married for the fun of it. They want to belong. What are you willing to offer here? What do you have to bring to the table? It's not getting married to you to come and become your father. No, you should be able to support him. What are you bringing to support him? What are you offering? Equip yourself, build yourself, become a better version. And then you will find an equal version of what you are.
All right, now let's go straight to grading. In our grading, we have A, C, and F. A is excellent, C is fair, F is terrible. Now, this is what we're going to grade, and we're starting with Adiola to help us with this grading. Adiola, how would you grade the idea of sustaining a marriage in a situation where the man is highly educated, intimidating, he's a narcissist and so on. How would you grade that idea that these are the things that are going to happen to the woman if the man is so highly educated in the marriage? How would you grade it?
Can I get the grading again? I missed that on one.
Okay,
can I get the grading again?
Okay, this is the grading. A is excellent, C is fair, F is terrible. The idea now behind it is what I want you to grade.
Okay, the idea is terrible.
It's terrible. All right. Uche, how would you do the grading? A, C, F, A for excellent, C, fair, and F.
I would want to go to C.
Well,
because the man is very educated. I think he should find a way to actually bring the wife closer.
Okay. So it's still better that it's fair
it is
for a man to be highly educated, and with that comes with other things like intimidation. Intimidation might not be what he's putting out. It might be what the other person is feeling. Very good. So this is all we can take for this show, Marriage and Credentials. And this is not actually going to be the end of this series because we're still going to explore further. Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert, and Adiola Odufuwa, she is a food engineer. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So that is the end of today's show, Marriage and Credentials. What you feel about it, you can share with us on our Facebook, 4 Walls on Facebook. Until I meet you next time, bye for now.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carry the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area the police people now come in with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dutse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. The student was arraigned for cyber stalking, where he was denied bail despite pleading not guilty to the charges filed against him. Muhammad, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in House that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Justice Halilu ordered the defendants to be remanded in Suleja prison pending the hearing and determination of his bail application. In a related development, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the detention of Aminu Adamu of an alleged defamatory post made against the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. NANS President Usman Barambo, in a statement on Thursday, demanded the unconditional release of the student of the Federal University, Dutse. He also announced a nationwide protest for Monday, 5th of December 2022, to press home the demand of the student's body. To politics, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaign organization BATCO Mandate has organized a solidarity work for the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Tinubu in Lagos State. The group members, in their signature white and orange branded cap and t-shirt, gathered around the kickoff point in Bank Anthony Road, Ikeja, Lagos, as early as 8 a.m. on Thursday. A heavy traffic gridlock has also built around the Ikeja axis, even as traffic management officials are working to manage the situation. And President Yoweri Museveni is set to declare that wearing of face masks in public places as a measure to control the spread of COVID-19 is no longer necessary. The State House announced that President Museveni will on Friday address the nation on issues pertaining to health. Also, COVID-19 tests will no longer be mandatory except for travel to countries where it is required. In business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, says it has sealed a $1.4 billion external project finance agreement for the Northern Hydrocarbon Fund Limited. The agreement, codenamed Project Panther under the NNPC Limited Chevron Nigeria Limited joint venture, was sealed at the signing ceremony held in London. NNPC's Chief Financial Officer Umar Ajia said the project will produce gas that would be routed to meet domestic supply obligations, thereby supporting Nigeria's energy transition agenda through increased gas production. On the global scene, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa is facing a possible impeachment threat over the Farmgate scandal. The president has been accused of covering up a $4 million theft from his farm in 2020, including kidnapping and bribing the burglars into silence. A 3-volume report from an independent panel has found that Ramaphosa abused his position and may have broken an anti-corruption law, but has since denied any wrongdoings. In sports world, a football governing body, FIFA, is considering introducing penalty shootouts to the World Cup group stages of the 2026 tournament to be hosted in the USA, Mexico and Canada. As a result, there will be an extra knockout round following the groups, with the top 2 sides set to qualify from the 16 3-team groups, a system adopted following a unanimous FIFA vote. That's the latest from the newsroom. Join us again in the next hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Obolende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me, basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me, basically. So art has been inside of me, basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors, and I was so, you know, it caught my attention, and I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it, and I was wondering. I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what you know, I focused it because it wasn't that known, I should say, that in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, you know, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to you know get people you know known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to you know how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, you know, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, you know, a bit challenging. But so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, you know, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, yeah, which I had a group exhibition last year, different strokes, you know, with four artists, you know, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, you know, yeah, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, you know. So that's basically, yeah, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, you know, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you, of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. I would say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people who say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way, and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, you know. A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. You know, she just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, you know, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, you know, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, you know, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. There's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told. How neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it? So for now, so far so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though, yeah, whether I like it or not. It's a plus. People who know me to be, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, Baba Oshun and Co, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God. Though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, hardworking, diligent, focused, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have, I have a scar on my thumb right now. And oftentimes, yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge ahead. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block, for you to say, I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
Majestic River Niger. Rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? I said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the river Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Naira. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammad Okechukwu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, that would be it will make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the south, boom, and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river,